to our project, the WaterProtect project. What was the background? Why did we start with it? Of course, high quality, safe, sufficient water, drinking water is crucial. It's essential for life. We use it for drinking, we use it for food preparation. But from European monitoring programs, we know that many rivers and lakes are not in a good status. They have poor ecological and chemical conditions. There are some improvements, but still the situation is not good. The pollution of the water has many causes, but one of the biggest challenges remains the impact of agriculture, the pollution of water sources by fertilizers and pesticides used in the agricultural sector. We also have a lot of best management practices to deal with this. There have been many practices described to prevent point source pollution. It's very important, for instance, to have safe filling and cleaning places, to have methods to collect the water and purify the water. These have been well documented. Also for diffuse sources, for instance, losses through erosion and runoff, we also have measures there, interridge bunding, grass buffer strips, reduced plowing, reduced tillage. For drift also, there are technical solutions like the drift reducing nozzles. However, we see that the implementation of these measures is not sufficient. They're not in place or they're not effective, and we need more farmer engagement. So with the WaterProtect project, which started 3 years ago, we have as a main goal to contribute to effective uptake and realization of management practices and mitigation measures to protect drinking water resources. What is then our main approach in this? We do action research in local action labs where we involve multiple actors. This is very crucial in our approach. So in different action labs across Europe, which I will present later on, we have local coalitions. We have the water producers, the farmer advisors, research institutions working together closely to find solutions for the water quality issues. We look for, we analyze the governance situation, look for new approaches. We collect data, we measure and share in participatory monitoring approaches. We bring best management into practice, and we bring all this information closer to the actors. To do that, we developed collaborative tools. Apart from this action research, which is the core of our project, we also investigate how to upscale these results to other areas in Europe. And we performed a policy analysis to formulate policy recommendations. Here is a quick glance at the WaterProtect team. We have 27 partners in 8 different countries. We have work package leaders, we have action lab leaders. In each of the action lab, we have one dedicated leader. And apart from this core team, of course, we have other institutions working closely together in this project. I will tell most of the WaterProtect story the rest of this morning, but there are a lot of people behind this, of course. I had a lot of input from all the team, and you will have the opportunity to meet some of the team members and some of our local stakeholders later on in the presentation. Now I will talk a bit about the methodology in our action lab research and also our action labs. So in WaterProtect, we have 7 action labs across Europe. We have action labs in Denmark, Poland, Romania, Italy, Belgium, Spain, and Ireland. So we cover different climates, different farming systems. Some of our action labs look specifically at surface water, like the Belgian action lab. some specifically at groundwater, like the Danish Action Lab, and some combine this. Also, for the kind of pressure on the water system, we have action labs focusing on nitrates, on plant protection products, or both. We also have very different settings and sizes. For instance, in Romania or in Ireland, as shown here, we have very rural settings with intensive agriculture in Ireland and subsistence agriculture in Romania. This contrasts with the setting in the Spanish Action Lab, which is situated in the metropolitan area of Barcelona, providing crops to the city. Also, the size and the drinking water provision differs. In Poland, Goenica River flows into a lake which provides water to the city of Szczecin, which has 330,000 inhabitants, while in Denmark we have a very small action lab where groundwater is provided to a local community on a much smaller scale. And we also have differences in cropping types. In Belgium, we have mostly field crops, but also a lot of vegetables. While in Italy, we have an action lab with vineyards, which is also a typical farming system. So these are our 7 action labs. What did we do in all these action labs? We set up multi-actor approaches. So important here is that we involve not only the farmers, who are of course very important actors in this research, but all the actors with a stake in the water quality problem. Also farmer advisors, environment agencies, phyto industry, consumers, NGOs. We involve them at different times in different steps of the process, and we try to use and combine all types of knowledge. It's not only coming from the research institutions or the agencies, we also look at knowledge from other actors. Doing this from the start, from the setup of our project, leads to co-creation and co-ownership of the results, which is very important to increase our stakeholder involvement. So which are the steps in our multi-actor action lab research? Step 1 in each of the action lab is a network formation involving the actors and setting up this multi-actor approach. Step 2 is knowledge building, where we increase our knowledge not only on the physical system, but also on the governance system. So we do an analysis of the governance system. We increase our knowledge by participatory monitoring of water quality. We also developed our system understanding by using conceptual models or numerical models, and share our information using tools. And we develop strategies for the best management practices. The next step is the process implementation, where we really go into action, into our action labs, and we finally evaluate our achievements in the last phase. First, we will have a look at this network formation. So in this multi-actor network formation, which are important actors, or which are actors involved in the action labs? You can see it's a very wide range of different actors. In all of the action labs, of course, we have farmers and we have researchers. Researchers can have agronomical background or a background in environmental sciences or in social sciences. So it's also there different types of knowledge. We have the water producers, who are the problem owners. Local governments are also involved. In some cases, phyto industry also is involved because they also have a stake in producing good water quality, food processors and distributors, like the Wine Producers Association in Italy, local businesses, consumers, and NGOs can also be involved. Now, I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Puskas, who is our Action Lab leader in Romania, and who will tell us a bit on this process of network formation in the Romanian Action Lab.
Thank you very much, Ingeborg. I'm Alexandra, and I'm from Romania. I represent the Romanian Action Lab leader, Ecologic, and we work very well with the local partner, the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share our findings, especially to the network formation. Before I start with the platform that we built, I would like to briefly describe the Romanian Action Lab. As you can see from the picture that will be on the slides, we are located in a very traditional landscape of the Carpathian Mountains, which was built over time by agricultural practices, mainly cattle and sheep breeding. And Ingeborg already mentioned, it is a typical landscape of the semi-subsistence farming. The Romanian Action Lab is very small, 20 square kilometers, and we are located in the northwestern part of Romania, close to the Ukrainian border. We are also part of an ecotourism destination called Eco Maramureș, and this is a very relevant aspect because it somehow fundamented also our relationship with the stakeholders in the area. Regarding the network of stakeholders active in WaterProtect, there are two components worth mentioning. The first one, Ecologic as a local NGO has a very wide experience in the Maramureș County and especially in the Romanian Action Lab. And this provided a context where we have common values and a shared interest with many, many stakeholders at county level, also local level. The other aspect worth mentioning is that in 2014, at Maramureș County level, we set up a very heterogeneous platform of stakeholders called the Natura 2000 platform, which actually co-developed a strategy for the conservation of protected areas, but also sustainable development of communities in Maramureș County. And starting from this Natura 2000 platform, we actually went on a lower scale in WaterProtect, on a lower landscape, and we still worked with some of the stakeholders in our WaterProtect platform. The WaterProtect platform included county level authorities, local authorities, water providers. We had the farmers, local leaders, very important, NGOs and research education institutions, but also the private sector, mainly tourism, because we are based in this Eco Maramureș area. What I would like to share with you are the main drivers that animated our work on the WaterProtect project and mainly which contributed to the maintenance of our network of stakeholders. The first component or the first driver, let's say, it is the Eco Maramureș ecotourism destination, which will also foster cooperation for sustainable use of resources, natural and cultural resources in the coming years as well. And the second driver we consider very key specific was that there is a local leader, the priest in Breb village, who is very, very much appreciated by community and authorities. He also set up a club of youngsters. You will also see some pictures of our local leader and some of the work he does with the young people. The idea is that he tries to organize many, many events who are not conventional education, but he tries to get people out in nature and also promote the culture of the area through many traditional events. He is the main promoter in the area for responsible behavior towards nature and communities, and we had a very good working relationship with him. If you would like, Ingeborg, to move to the slides with the pictures, please. I wonder if you can hear me now. Okay, now we are back. Thank you. So we have two pictures with some of the people, young people who are in this youngsters club. And this is a very representative picture because you cannot hear me anymore.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. So I wonder where you didn't hear me from. But I talked about
the local leader, the priest, and also about the youth club he started.
Okay. So the local priest and Eco Maramuresh are the main drivers for maintenance of this network of stakeholders that we performed. There are only a couple of pictures with this club of youngsters, and this is very representative because he went with us on a demo site, and we actually reached the top of the mountain there, which is a geological reserve. So he involves children in many activities, and he tries to promote a very healthy, responsible way of life towards nature and culture. In the end, I will only want to share with you three main lessons that we've learned from this project. Actually, they are not very new, but for me, it's important that I share it with you. The first one is that we feel that there is a need for constant and active communication and presence in the area in order to reach any improvement or change. The second one, local leaders are essential because they care deeply for the community and their values, and they have the ability to influence and actually lead towards action, direct action. And the third aspect, there is, in our perspective, always a need to embed project objectives in the interest of local community development. And in this respect, Eco Maramuresh acts as a driver, motivating locals to act for improvement. If we speak of improvement in behavior or a change in management practices related to agriculture or nature protection or water management or tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for taking us to the Romanian Action Lab and sharing your experiences. So our next phase we see in our Action Lab research is the knowledge building phase. As I already explained, knowledge building is not only on the physical system, but also on the governance system. So in each of the Action Lab, a governance analysis was carried out, an analysis of the water system, agricultural system, how they interact, an analysis of all the actors who has a stake in this water quality issues and in solving this, and the institution and all the interactions between them. Also part of this governance analysis are the governance building blocks. So in each of the action labs, it was assessed how if the 6 key characteristics of good governance are present or could be present. These key characteristics are the transparency and trust, leadership, as Alexandra also mentioned, a local leader, coherence, that overlap and conflicts of interests are avoided, inclusive participation, the roles and responsibilities, if they are clear, and the scale. The local context in all these action labs was then also taken into account. if we go to the physical system or the resource system, in each of the Action Lab, a participatory monitoring was set up, and guidelines were developed on how you should do this. The aim of this work was establishing new participatory monitoring approaches in these different Action Labs, with the objective to assess and improve the quality of the water resources and to help in decision-making processes. The participatory aspect is very important to increase the trust level on the monitoring results and among the actors. To do this, multi-actor engagement is needed. And multi-actor engagement, we looked for the monitoring, especially at the actors that do routinely monitor water quality because of their normal activities and responsibilities, but also to the water users and the research centers. The steps to design an effective participatory monitoring approach are first identification and engagement of all actors, then a collection of historical data. Everything that was already available in the Action Labs was collected and compiled. This was then used to create a harmonized data set, bringing together all these data for the Action Lab. And this could then be subject to a joint evaluation of data with the actors and an identification of information gaps. This is a very important step, of course, to know where the specific monitoring approaches then should focus on. So after this step of identification of the information gaps, specific monitoring programs could be implemented with, of course, a feedback to this joint evaluation of data. Identification and engagement of the actors. In this case, well, we have 3 types of actors. There are the actors that routinely monitor water quality because it's part of their activities. These are the environmental agencies, the drinking water producers who constantly follow up on the quality of the water they produce drinking water from, and local wastewater managers. Other actors are then users, the farmers, consumers, industries, or other special activities who also have relevant information on the needs, on the use and the needs for water and on potential pollution sources. And in some cases, data are also present from research centers or university who can have very detailed monitoring programs for specific periods of time of specific locations. This information and data from all the actors was then collected and compiled and brought into a harmonized data set. So databases were created for each of the Action Labs with all the historical data. This information in a harmonized database was then evaluated together with the actors, involving the knowledge of each of the water actors, involving other information like maps from the Action Lab. And this led then to the identification of data gaps. Where are the areas with no or few data available? Which are the specific activities and where that may threaten drinking water resources? And also the delineation of vulnerable zones with the aid of modeling could be done there. This led then to implementation of specific monitoring programs, depending on the level of available information. So questions were raised on what is the quality of the water in the proximities of the abstraction points for drinking water production, which are the main pollutants, which are the pollutant levels from these main pollutants, where are the critical areas, the most contaminated sites, the most vulnerable sites in the area. If these questions could not be answered, then specific monitoring is focused on identification of the priority pollutants and the sources, and on delineation of groundwater abstraction zones. If this information was already available, then advanced investigation could be done of the polluting substances and sources. So more specific monitoring, collection of time-integrated samples of high resolution sampling to pinpoint the pathways of pollutants, stable isotope analysis to identify origin of pollution, evaluation of the pollutants in other environmental compartments, or increasing the spatial resolution of the monitoring. And finally, if this information is also available, the monitoring program can be used to assess the efficiency of pollution mitigation measures, which of course, where you assess the situation before and after implementation of mitigation measures, and you assess this using this advanced investigation techniques. With this, I would like to give the word to Per-Erik Melander, who is our Irish Action Lab leader and who can tell us a bit on this monitoring in the Irish Action Lab. Per-Erik, are you speaking?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
I give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ingeborg. So I'm Per-Erik Melander. I'm a researcher here in Teagasc, which is the Irish Agriculture and Food Development Authority. And I'm also the leader of the Irish Action Lab. So on behalf of the whole team, we're a big group behind, I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the actions in our lab. So herbicides are of concern for Irish drinking water, as the frequency of detection has increased in recent years. And particularly the very soluble MCPA, which is an acid herbicide commonly used to control rushes in grassland in Ireland. And there are very few monitoring studies targeted at understanding catchment scale processes. So in the Irish Action Lab, we used a multidimensional approach for catchment scale herbicide pollution assessment. And this was done in two hydrologically contrasting catchments in County Wexford in southeast of Ireland. And the two catchments are part of the already ongoing Irish Agriculture Catchment Programme. One catchment is dominated by poorly drained soils and grassland for dairy production, and the other catchment is dominated by freely drained soils and arable land. And in these catchments, 95 private drinking water wells were initially surveyed and sampled for analysis of the occurrence of pesticides. And acid herbicides were detected in 38% of these wells, and some exceeded the recommendations. Hydrological controls such as soil drainage and bedrock permeability played a large role to where these herbicides were present. So next slide, please. So we also assessed the occurrence of herbicides in the river outlets, and we used passive samplers, so-called chem catchers, which provided a fortnightly time-weighted averages concentration. And these were used together with the continuous monitoring of river flow, so we also got the mass loadings of these. So herbicides were present in the rivers all year, with peaks in concentration in the summer, but mass loads peaked in the winter time. And the winter release of undegraded herbicides was actually higher than the incidental losses recorded in summer. And targeted mitigation measures that consider hydrologically risky areas and times are therefore recommended. So next slide, please. So achieving better water quality is not only about understanding the science behind it. In agriculture areas, there are many actors involved, and exploratory network analysis of stakeholder knowledge and perception was made by using fuzzy cognitive maps. And stakeholder groups had different perceptions of water governance framework, but they had similar opinions regarding the importance of factors affecting the drinking water quality and the possible policy options. So farmers' knowledge and farmers' behavior and belief indicated the biggest improvement to drinking water quality among the tested policy options. So that's a brief summary of some of the actions in the Irish Action Lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederick, for that. So these monitoring, participatory monitoring campaigns were set up all over the action labs. And then the next step was to go to a system understanding using models that could be conceptual models or numerical models. Because as we have seen already, all the action labs are unique in their physical system and properties, in their farming system and drinking water resource. They all have different combinations of that. So the optimal solution is also specific to the action lab. And understanding how the system works, the causal relationships, is necessary to identify the problems and develop a common understanding, which is of course the first step in going to collaborative solutions. And with this knowledge, long-term solutions can be defined that are acceptable for the stakeholders. So from existing data, this is the historical data collection, field surveys, interviews, and the specific monitoring approaches applied within the project. The conceptual, data and knowledge has been collected, and a conceptual model of each of the action labs has been developed. This indicates the pathways and shows the critical pathways for the pollutants reaching the drinking water abstractions. In some cases, in 4 of the action labs, also a numerical model was developed to study more complex interactions and to quantify impact and study scenarios. This is, of course, specifically the case in the groundwater cases, because groundwater has a very slow response time. So you will need to have models to quantify your impact, to predict the impact of a certain scenario. These data, this knowledge, and these numerical models were then also combined in collaborative tools. These are web applications that were available to all the actors in the Action Lab. So we had 4 different of these collaborative tools, which were developed also in cooperation with the actors. So the user requirements were collected, and specific functionalities were developed for each of the action labs. Now I would like to give the floor to Erling Andersen from University of Copenhagen, who is our action lab leader in the Danish action lab, and who will tell us a little bit more about the modeling in the Danish action lab. Erling?
Thank you, Ingeborg. Yes, as Ingeborg said, my name is Erling Andersen. I'm from the University of Copenhagen, and I was leading the HJERK Action Lab, which is located in the northern part of Jutland in Denmark. The drinking water issue in HJERK is the leaching of nitrate to the groundwater. So I'll briefly present to you what we have done targeting this issue when developing models within 2 research fields. Firstly, in geological modeling, we have looked at how to identify the area on the surface that are relevant for the protection of the groundwater. This became very clear pretty early in the project that there were different suggestions on where the area of interest for water protection in HJERK was located. So more theoretically, you could say that the issue we targeted was how can conceptual geological uncertainty be integrated in groundwater management and policy making. And to do this, we have adopted a multi-model approach where different models provide different alternative plausible conceptual models. So they are developed in parallel and accounting for the uncertainties. Could you click the slide? So on the ground, this has resulted in a larger potential area for targeting the groundwater protection than the one that is currently designated as the well capture zone. You can see here the designated well capture zone, which is included in the legislation at the moment. It's the yellow one. And the area we identified using this multi-model approach as interesting for the protection of the groundwater. We call it the focus area. It's a red area here. As it was also said earlier, we worked in a very small area, but you can see here that when we move to this focus area, the area of interest is increased 3 to 4 times compared to the currently designated area. The results of this modeling was also presented to the stakeholders from at the local level, from the farmers, but also to the local and national water management authorities to discuss how this could be integrated in the management and protection of the waters, and identifying different drivers and barriers for this integration. And there was you could say there was a consensus that even though it could provide a more robust water protection to work with these uncertainties, it would also require additional resources, both in terms of money, of course, but also in terms of how complex the process of implementing the protection would be. Could you shift the slide? In the other area where we used models is in modeling of farming practices and nitrate leaching, where we have worked with the integration of local knowledge in participatory modeling. We have had different actions during the project on the model, where we used an already existing model we had from a national project on nitrogen that we did earlier, but we have improved the integration of local data on farming practices. So instead of relying on kind of statistical data available from the national data sources, we could get information directly from the farmers on aspects that are very important for modeling the nitrate leaching. Could, for instance, be on drainage and the split between animal manure and artificial fertilizers, etc., etc. We have also updated the leaching model behind the farming practice model. For the ones interested, we now use a model called NS5. And finally, we have also improved the technical performance of the model. I'll spare you for the details on that, but it's a very important issue when we want to use the model in a workshop setting together with the farmers. The technical performance is quite a critical factor. Could you shift the slide? So we now have a spatially explicit tool to model on-the-fly scenarios on land use and farming practices and the resulting leaching of nitrate. And spatially explicit here means that we are working on a 20 by 20 meter grid, and on the fly means that we can, in a workshop setting, we can together with the farmers change different aspects of the land use and the farming practices, and already in the workshop setting calculate new results on nitrate leaching and show the results on different maps. So together with the increased knowledge from the geological modeling on vulnerable and robust areas, we can, together with the farmers again in these workshop settings, optimize the farming practices in space to reduce leaching. And our goal with this whole exercise is that we have the hypothesis that we can achieve better protection of the groundwater by arranging the cropping sequences and the farming management practices a little different in the fields, both at the farm level, but also between farms. So if we take into account these robust and vulnerable areas, we'll be able to reduce the impact of farming on the groundwater without making very drastic changes to the farming practices, but just arranging it a little more smart in relation to the vulnerability of the fields. Yeah, and this work is of course to be continued, hopefully. With the COVID-19 situation, we had some problems making the final workshops with the farmers, but we still hope to be able to do that soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erling, for sharing this participatory modeling approach with us in Danish Action Lab. As I described earlier, we also developed collaborative tools where we integrated data with maps and area information and model results into tools. I would like to share an impression of the Polish collaborative tool now. Okay, so that was a short impression of the tool developed in the Polish Action Labs, integrating data, model results, and maps, and bringing this to the actors. Our next block in our knowledge building phase are the best management practices. In our best management practices work, we had to aim to review and evaluate the current farming systems and new innovative farming systems to optimize the delivery of good water quality in the action lab. There were different steps in this approach. We started with an inventory of best management practices and mitigation measures, relevant to our action labs. The next step was a farmer survey on which best management practices were already applied and what was the willingness to apply new ones, additional ones. Based on this, we developed strategies for the action labs, and we arrived at an identification of barriers and obstacles for implementation of best management practices, and finally to recommendations on how to facilitate the better implementation of BMPs. So the first step was an inventory of relevant best management practices, relevant for our action labs. So we focused on nitrogen and plant protection products. There was a whole range of BMPs evaluated. This was based on literature review and on previous projects. We considered results from the TOPS project, the MAGPIE and the Baltic Compass projects. And we brought together this information in fact sheets on 81 different best management practices and mitigation measures. You can see here two examples. So we had one synthetic sheet compiling the main information on a specific best management practice or mitigation measure. The next step was a farmer's survey. So we did a review of best management practices already applied in the action labs by asking the farmers and assess the willingness to implement new solutions. So surveys were set up in the 7 action labs, asking farmers about which best management practices they already applied, which one they would consider, and what were the reasons behind that. We had then results for the different action labs. Here you can see an example of the Belgian action lab, where a range of BMPs was part of the survey. It was a mix of obligatory and voluntary measures, and you can see from the orange bars that some of these measures are already very well established. Other ones are less known or less popular, but in a lot of cases there was a lot of willingness to adopt new BMPs. Overall, over all the 7 across the 7 action labs, we could make some conclusions on this uptake. What were drivers or barriers based on this survey? So BMPs currently implemented are mostly the small and simple measures. If it does not require a big investment or big adaptation in the farming system, then farmers are willing to do so. We also noticed that a strong incentive is increase in productivity if the benefit is clear to the farmer. For example, preservation of soil organic matter, which improves your soil condition, then there is a big willingness to implement. We had action lab differences, so the range of BMPs that were surveyed and also which ones were obligatory was different between the action labs. If in the long term financial benefits were foreseen, then farmers were also very willing to consider these BMPs. On the other hand, if these benefits were not so clear to them, other benefits than environmental benefits, then excessive costs would stop the farmers or would limit their willingness. This could be overcome by financial incentives. Measures that require a loss of land for agricultural production were not so, farmers were not so easily willing to do so. However, if there would be some compensating measures, this would be the case. This could also be help or support in maintaining these buffer strips. And in some countries, there was a very positive approach to collaborative solutions. For instance, installing a public cleaning and filling place where sprayers could be cleaned was seen as a very good solution in some of the action labs such as, for instance, the Belgian Action Lab. In the next step, Action Lab strategies were developed to realize an improved uptake of BMPs and mitigation measures. This was based on the physical understanding of the system, so the conceptual model and the understanding of the physical system, and on the farmer preferences that we got from the survey. Based on this, each Action Lab developed recommendations which were Action Lab specific, but to do so, there was a common approach. So decision support tables were developed to assist in developing the strategy. You can see a few examples here. So it's, decision tables based on a few questions related to the soil properties, the nutrient content, or alternative systems reducing, the use of plant protection products. You can end up with a recommendation for a specific BMP or a risk evaluation. From the information received from the farmers in the first survey, but also during follow-up surveys, during workshops, during various meetings at the Action Lab level, drivers and barriers, especially barriers in the legislative and organizational setups were identified that inhibit successful implementation of mitigation measures. This was also done at an Action Lab scale, but then it was combined for the 7 Action Lab to have a summary of common problems at the EU level. There were in total 32 barriers identified. 21 of those were common for at least 2 Action Labs. The most commonly mentioned barriers occurred in 6 out of 7 of the Action Labs, were mentioned in 6 out of 7 of the Action Labs. 11 barriers were only specific for 1 Action Lab. I don't expect you to read the table to the right. It's just an example of the outputs. Which were then the main identified barriers for implementation of BMPs? These are the 7 most mentioned in the list of 21. The 4 on the left side are the ones that were mentioned in the majority of Action Labs. So in 4 to 6 of the Action Labs. Which are the barriers mentioned then? We have 2 complex organizational setups of institution dealing with water management policies. This relates to unclear roles and responsibilities, which confuses and discourages farmers to ask questions or to take actions. Another frequently mentioned barrier was a little cooperation between the stakeholders at the local level. This could be integrated effort in implementing the measures, but this is also a lack of communication and a lack of exchange of information between the stakeholders. Another frequently mentioned barrier was a lack of coordination between regulations from different policy areas. So you have policies on groundwater, on surface water, on drinking water, agriculture, on nitrates, on pesticides, on nature conservation. And for the farmer, these are not always, there is not always a coordination in how the measures and instruments are defined. Low awareness of the farmers is also a barrier. We noticed in the beginning of the project that farmers are frequently not aware about the water quality results from national or regional water monitoring campaigns. The information from this doesn't reach the farmer, so they don't make the link between their actions and the water quality. Multiplicity of regulations. So again, it's very complex for the farmers. They're expected to follow multiple regulations, which is it makes it difficult to have practical solutions. Another important barrier are inefficient control mechanisms. If those that do not fulfill legal requirements or even break the law, if there are no consequences to that, that's very discouraging to people obeying to all legal prescriptions. And a lack of long-term vision for environmental protection, where things change too often in regulations, and there is a lack of continuity. As I said, there is a list of 21 barriers that are mentioned in more than one action lab. The remaining one relates to lack of financial support, lack of information, again, lack of access to data, or no clear information. Finally, recommendations were formulated based on this work on the best management practices. These recommendations, of course, relate to the identified barriers and are a better coordination between the policy areas. This means coordination between ministries, a stronger water governance structure, taking into account scientific data and monitoring data, and more cooperation. Awareness raising, this is something that returns a couple of times, of course. This is crucial. If farmers or other actors don't feel responsible for the problem, then it's very hard to take action. Increase in funds for local institutions, better information about the best management practices. This information sharing and this collaborative approach can be assisted by the development of tools and decision support tools, efficient control mechanism, structured incentive programs, and more training. Trainings also addressing the younger generations of farmers using a range of different tools. And a good system understanding is also prerequisite to define effective measures. So this concludes our knowledge building, which was, of course, a very crucial and essential part in the project. How did we now do the process implementation in our action labs? Process implementation was done, well, it was action research where we applied multi-contact, multi-actor, and multi-strategy approaches. So multi-contact was different types of actions to reach and bring together all the actors. Multi-actor was, of course, involving these different actors, and multi-strategy was applying different incentives or offering different incentives to the actors to take action. The multi-method approach, how was it done in practice? Actors were reached with a range of different techniques. There were bilateral meetings, workshops, field visits, presentations, surveys, and multi-actor meetings. For a lot of the research partners involved in the project, the method of presentation was quite usual, and also bilateral meetings were also already used by farmer advisors. Which was new in this project was that a lot of the workshops and multi-actor meetings in a much more interactive way were used to also really involve the actors and give them the opportunity to participate in the meetings and offer their knowledge. You can see here some pictures of some of the contact moments with the actors. Multi-actor, as stated from the beginning, it's very important to reach all the actors who have a stake in the water quality issue and involve them in the process. And multi-strategy, so different types of incentives and strategies were used. A mix of strategies was used in each of the action labs to come to this increased implementation of measures. We used the RESET framework to guide this. So RESET stands for regulation, education, social pressure, economics, and tools. So regulation is where either you enforce rules on the actors to do things, but it can also be to look for bottlenecks in regulations and solve these to come to a better implementation. In all the action labs, there were discussions with policymakers, also a lot of involvement of local governments to stress the importance of flexibility and control. In Italy, there were discussions on bottlenecks on how to deal with purified remnant water on the field. Education was, of course, this was crucial in every action lab. So we had the trainings, the workshops, the field demonstrations, the multi-actor meetings. Social pressure was applied in all the action labs with the group discussions. So in all the multi-actor meetings and the workshops, there were discussions with the farmers, but also among the farmers on the importance of best management practices and on how to apply them. This also had another example from the Belgium Action Lab, is where now the effectiveness of a neighboring bonus is tested. So when you implement a grass buffer strip, the compensation you receive will be higher if on the neighboring fields, if your neighbors also apply this. This is also a type of social pressure or peer pressure. Economics, of course, in all the action labs, there was investigation or research on what are the existing European or regional funding schemes for these mitigation measures. In Belgium, there is also now a new system being tested where the drinking water company will compensate farmers for their investments in implementing best management practices and therefore investing in a better water quality. And tools are all the tools that make it more easy for actors and for farmers to implement best management practices. These are the online tools we already discussed, which makes it very easy to have the data at your fingertip, as was said in the Polish video. This could also be physical tools, like a common washing platform for the sprayers, distribution of collector boxes to collect remnant water. So this could also be very practical tools, which were applied in the different action labs. So now I would like to share with you a video testimonial on the part of education in the Belgian Action Lab.
Vanuit het project hebben we al verschillende dingen gehoord vanuit de vergaderingen die eigenlijk op een kleine manier haalbaar zijn binnen het bedrijf om zo eigenlijk al een groot deel van de vervuiling te kunnen tegengaan. Bijvoorbeeld bovenop de flessen is er altijd een sealing. Die moet verwijderd worden om de sproeistoffen te kunnen gebruiken, maar indien je ze zo weggooit is dat eigenlijk een grote puntvervuiling. Indien je ze eigenlijk meegeeft en mee recycleert, heb je dat probleem direct gecounterd.
So this was a testimony of a farmer in our Belgian Action Lab who learned a lot from the meetings, and also that some very simple and cheap measures can already make a big difference. We also have a testimonial from the Belgian Action Lab on this social pressure, how this worked, an example of how this worked in the Belgian Action Lab.
Als onderzoeker lijken die oplossingen vaak duidelijk, maar in de praktijk blijken er wel wat praktische bezwaren te zijn. En het is eigenlijk door daarover te gaan praten met mensen, door daarover in gesprek te gaan, dat we stappen vooruit kunnen zetten. We zien dat landbouwers tijdens zo'n gesprekken eigenlijk ook heel mooi zo interactie hebben met elkaar, veel ervaringen uitwisselen en eigenlijk ook tips geven aan elkaar over hoe de beste praktijken zijn. En we hebben ook wel het gevoel dat we eigenlijk al resultaten zien, dat er bijvoorbeeld landbouwers zijn die al op zoek gaan naar een betere plek om hun spuitmachine te vullen en te spoelen.
So this was an example of this social pressure in practice in the Belgian Action Lab. We also want to share with you a testimonial on the economics and how the farmer sees this in the Belgian Action Lab again.
Wat ik vooral zou opletten om dit tegen te gaan, het puntvervuiling tegen te gaan, is toch vooral die meter van de grasstrook blijven, of van de graag blijven en dergelijke. Financieel had dat misschien ergens wel een impact hebben op mij, maar het is toch een stap dat we moeten zetten om samen de waterlopen beter tegen te gaan. Wat betreft het plaatsen van een bufferstrook, denk ik dat de groep, bijvoorbeeld de watergroep of de VMM, toch wel moeten bereid zijn om een financiële tegemoetkoming te doen, dat we misschien dan samen nog een betere waterloop of nog een beter water kunnen bereiken eigenlijk.
So this was a clear statement from a farmer who stressed the importance of this economic incentive in taking measures. And finally, also on the tools, we have a small testimonial also from the Belgian Action Lab.
Te laten gaan, want dan zou het allemaal wel goed komen. Veel wetenschappers stellen dat juist deze kapitalistische drang zorgt voor pure dat met duurzaamheid.
Where we had the wrong sound. We will give it one more try.
Voor WaterProtect worden de meetresultaten van de Bollardbeek dan ook gedetailleerd in kaart gebracht.
Vito heeft binnen WaterProtect ook een online tool ontwikkeld. En daarmee kunnen de lokale landbouwers een zicht krijgen op de metingen in hun onmiddellijke omgeving. Dus in de tool kunnen ze zien welke pesticidenconcentraties gemeten zijn en aan welke teelten die stoffen gerelateerd zijn. En dat maakt de vervuiling wel heel concreet en ook makkelijker om te linken aan landbouwactiviteiten. En diezelfde webtool wordt ook in andere gebieden in Europa toegepast.
Okay, so I think, or I hope that this has given you a flavor of how these strategies were applied in the Belgian Action Lab. In all of the Action Lab, a mix of the strategies was tested and applied. Sorry. In our process implementation phase. Some of the actions that were taken are, of course, can be partly regulation or education, but it was a mix of the strategies applied in each of the action labs. So now this was our action part. Now we come to evaluation of our achievements. What was the impact of the project? For the evaluation of achievements, we look at the different ambitions we had, and we look at what we achieved in each of them. So the different ambitions were network formation, exchange, and also continuation, knowledge building, raising the actor awareness, farmer practices, and water quality. You see they are ordered, not coincidentally, of course, because each of the ambitions is a building block for the next one. The network formation is a crucial first step where then the exchange can build on and the other ambitions can follow. Network formation we did in all of the 7 action labs, and we have established our local coalitions. A lot was done on exchange between the actors. To some degree led to continuation, which I will come back to later. We had a huge amount of knowledge building in each of the action labs. So we have now in our harmonized data sets, harmonizing historical data, recent data from different institutions. We have a system understanding of each of the action labs using conceptual models, in some cases numerical models. So we have a lot of knowledge, and we also have developed our collaborative tools to make this available to the actors. This has led to an increased actor awareness in the action labs, and also to an increase in implementation, or at least an increase in interest in the implementation of best management practices, which I will also discuss more in detail later. The water quality is, of course, the ultimate goal we want to reach. And we have promising results there. In some of the action labs, in the Belgian and Italian case, we see a decrease in the number of point sources. However, a project of 3 years is not long enough to really be able to assess this. So longer time series and longer measurements are needed to really assess the trends in water quality, especially for groundwater. This can take decades to be visible. So I would like to share now a video testimonial from the Spanish Action Lab on BMP implementation in the WaterProtect project.
Crec que el projecte WaterProtect ha ajudat a conscienciar i saber quina interacció estaven fent els agricultors amb totes les masses d'aigua del territori, i paral·lelament els agricultors han fet un esforç de conscienciació i d'optimització dels productes fitosanitaris. Bàsicament en dos àmbits, sobretot en la utilització del control biològic i l'increment d'aquesta estratègia de control envers la disminució de productes fitosanitaris químics, i paral·lelament la recerca i necessitat d'utilitzar estratègies químiques de deservat per disminuir els fitosanitaris, els herbicides químics.
That was a very brief statement from the Spanish Action Lab, which described the change, the increased level of awareness with the farmers, and also new BMPs to be implemented. Sorry. Yes. So if you look at the BMPs that were considered during the whole process in the action labs, each action lab selected some BMPs that they wanted to focus on because they were most relevant, most efficient, or most suited for the action lab. In Belgium and Italy, a lot was done on cleaning and filling places, safe cleaning and filling places. This is a very big investment for an individual farmer, so that's something that was not easily, but we did find farmers changing their cleaning and filling place from paved to unpaved surfaces, which is a safe way. There was also collection of remnant water by 9 farmers, so this was quite a successful action. And in the Belgian Action Lab, a temporary cleaning and filling place was installed where farmers from the area could come and rinse their sprayers. In Italy, a demo farm, at a demo farm, a safe cleaning and filling place was installed, which is used for demo activities and for training farmers. On grass buffer strips, there were also actions and extra implementations and discussions on how the management agreement, so the regulation actually, could be made more flexible for the farmers. Other considered, well, as we saw from the testimony from Spain, there they worked on the biological control of pests, also use of mycorrhizas. In Romania, there was work on platforms for manure deposition. So new designs using local materials were developed and training on this was organized. And in Ireland, there were also, it was recorded that farmers now more avoid spreading at sensitive times and are more open or willing to sow winter cover crops. So we have achievements in these BMPs, which we are, in some cases they are still local, so this needs continuation in order to have more effect. I would leave now the word to an Italian wine grower from the Italian Action Lab, Marco Profumo, with a short testimonial on this.
I think that the most significant aspect is the communication with the producers. Producers were very interested in keep information about good practice and about keeping the territory good. I think that what we need is more of this meeting and more knowledge by the producers.
So this is of course a very good point. We have some very promising results, but we will need a continuation of the efforts in order to reach our final goal of better water quality. Now, we do see a lot of initiatives in the different action labs. In all cases, we see that the local network has been formed, so there is an opportunity to discuss the issues and come up with new initiatives. The activities on monitoring and on raising farmer awareness will be continued in Belgium in a new project, in Ireland within the agricultural catchments program, and in Romania in the frame of the ecotourism destination. We also have some upscaling, where in Italy the results of the project will be shared with farmers from other areas as a result of an initiative of a big farmer union. In Ireland, this will also be upscaled to other catchments, and new projects. A new project has come from this. And also in Belgium, the area of interest will be increased in the new projects. The WaterProtect local coalitions also have led to new projects. In Spain, there is a collaboration now with the Barcelona metropolitan area and the Catalan Water Agency on the implementation of a sanitation safety plan for the safe reuse of treated wastewater in agriculture. In Denmark, there are also new projects coming from this, continuing the work in the Action Lab. And also, as I said, in Ireland, there is a new national funded project. I would also like now to give the word in a video testimonial on an important actor in the Belgian Action Lab on this continuation and on the new project that will start there, has started there, excuse me.
Dit project is in feite gegroeid vanuit het WaterProtect project, dus waar we contact hadden met de verschillende partners, uiteraard ook met de landbouwsector. Een project rond de Bollaardbeek. En ja, het is logisch als we vragen om te werken aan een betere bronbescherming, een betere basiskwaliteit van het water, dat daar ook een ondersteuning voor nodig is. En dat gebeurt nu in het nieuwe project Waterlandschap, dat ook is uitgebreid naar de regio van de Kleine Gamberbeek.
So we see here a continuation of the activities in a new project where now the Drinking Water Company also takes on a different role and gives financial compensation from the rationale that if the incoming water has better quality, the costs they need to make for water purification will also decrease. So we see that from these local networks, the local coalitions that were formed, that new initiatives are arising, which is very promising. So if we reflect on the impact of WaterProtect, we see that this is high in terms of process change and development. So we have our local coalitions, we have many indications of increased stakeholder engagement and a higher awareness. There is also an increase in implementation of best management practices, but this is in a lot of cases still small scale and needs a longer time to develop. And the same goes for the water quality improvements, where we see promising results, but the time frame of 3 years is too short to have a very definite assessment of this. We need more data. So if efforts are continued in the future, this long-term goal of water quality improvement is in sight. So this is illustrated here with a small figure, which refers a bit to all the building blocks we needed in our process. If you have a good process in the long term, you will arrive at a good outcome. If your process is not good, maybe you will have good results in the short term, but in the long term, this will not turn out well. So we have very good hopes for our WaterProtect Action Labs. With this, I would like to share a video on the final event in Val di Done, where the local partners, the University of Piacenza, ARPA, Emilia Romagna, and APCS, I forgot the Italian name, where they present their results to farmers and local actors.
Perché ci tenevamo tanto ringraziare e salutare in modo dignitoso questo territorio, che è stato un territorio molto collaborativo e ci ha permesso di arrivare a dei risultati per i quali siamo molto contenti. Questo progetto è un progetto europeo che ha come obiettivo quello di migliorare la qualità delle acque negli ambienti agricoli tramite l'implementazione di misure di mitigazione e pratiche di gestione sitospecifiche. Il controllo che fa l'ente pubblico ha l'obiettivo di garantire una buona qualità della risorsa, che è una risorsa pubblica per tutti e quindi non ad uso esclusivo di qualche categoria particolare. Partendo da novembre 2017 fino a settembre 2019, per cui per 2 anni e mezzo abbiamo cercato nitrati e pesticidi. Quello che abbiamo potuto vedere con i nostri risultati è che effettivamente ci hanno confermato che abbiamo a che fare con un acquifero vulnerabile al nitrato. Non tanto perché i pozzi e i valori che abbiamo trovato superavano quello che è il limite di qualità ambientale, dello standard di qualità ambientale di 50 mg litro, perché come potete vedere solo 4 dei nostri pozzi l'hanno superato, ma perché tanti altri pozzi, specialmente quelli più profondi, hanno un valore del nitrato vicino al 40 mg sul litro. E questo è quel campanello d'allarme che ci dice che ci troviamo davanti a un acquifero vulnerabile al nitrato. Possiamo dire che l'impatto della viticoltura è basso. Non abbiamo un alto impatto della viticoltura sulla qualità delle acque per quanto riguarda il nitrato. Effettivamente allora una contaminazione ambientale comunque determinata dall'utilizzo dei prodotti fitosanitari in ogni caso c'è, ce l'abbiamo ed è stata monitorata e quindi abbiamo dei dati a supporto di questa affermazione. I prodotti fitosanitari vanno utilizzati in modo sostenibile, ovvero in modo corretto, facendo attenzione a come si maneggiano, a come si trattano, a come si gestiscono.
I risultati dell'anno 2019, di luglio 2019 a settembre 2019, hanno mostrato una significativa diminuzione sia delle presenze che delle concentrazioni. E questo per noi è un dato molto molto positivo, perché pensiamo che è anche dovuto in parte alle campagne di informazione che abbiamo fatto sul territorio.
Okay, so with this, I hope that we, myself and the other speakers and the people in the video testimonials have given you an idea of what has been done in all the action labs, and have given you a flavor of all the different situations there. So with this, I would like to invite you to have a short coffee break. I'm sorry that we are running over time. So maybe we can rejoin at 11:35. So see you in a couple of minutes. Analysis. So I would like to give the floor now to Tom Verrijken for the upscaling of results. Tom?
Yes, good morning everybody. I'm happy to tell you something about the work package that I had to lead in WaterProtect. This was about upscaling the results of WaterProtect. It was, of course, that the findings of action labs should be transferred into other regions. For that to happen and to actually change the quality of the groundwater composition, we would need to change something. I think we should all change from a more government-regulated approach, which is on the next sheet, into a more market-regulated approach, where we automatically do the right things, also related to our water quality, because of a market support that is supporting our activities also from an economic point of view. Now, if you want to change, then that's always very difficult, as you can see on the next sheet. There's always a lot of people in advance view that agree that change is necessary, but in case you would like to have some support in getting the change going, then the interest is already a lot less. And if you're asking who's actually going to lead us changing towards the new situation, then almost always the room is immediately empty. So how did we do it? I've listed a number of activities that we've done in the process of Work Package 6 in WaterProtect. First of all, we've looked at a number of cases where change was happening in cooperation schemes across Europe. We had a number of 16 cases where we studied which were, let's say, success factors, or which were barriers for proper implementation of the change. There's a report published which is available on the website of WaterProtect. Of course, we try to integrate these best examples into the online platforms that are all accessible to you. And in the process, we try to identify some key end users that are always likely to be part of this change process. In the end, we created a WaterProtect roadmap. If you'd like to set up a successful cooperation for change, then the roadmap might give you some, let's say, highlights and some tips and tricks. This is also produced in a report of WaterProtect. Across the project, we organized 6 workshops across Europe. Some of them, 3 of them, were theme-based workshops, and 3 of them were focused at the implementation of best practices. Finally, obviously, we'd like the exchange in EU platforms and in working group meetings so that the experiences of the past 3 years were spread across the European interested people. I have 2 cases which I would like to particularly bring into your example shortly. One of them is on the next sheet, and it's called the Dairy Stewardship Council. This is one of those corporations where the way farmers are organizing their business model has been changed a little bit by also awarding them for the natural activities that are good for the quality of the groundwater and the biodiversity. This type of operations would lead to higher market prices, better access to soil, and for instance, a discount on interest rates, which made it economically attractive to them to engage in these other activities that are good for the water quality and biodiversity. This is now going on for some years now and has been found a proper business model in order to create the change that we are aiming for. The next example is a little bit of a similar example, but then on a somewhat higher level, where farmers are cooperating with other stakeholders and also engaging with, let's say, regional water authorities in order to develop concrete projects that are to the mutual benefit of all. You see here that after the initiation of the cooperation, over 400 projects have been achieved in this case in the Netherlands, and at the moment performance has been evaluated and the project will go on for the next couple of years, I'm sure. We need this long-term approach in order to actually achieve the improvement in groundwater quality. It's been mentioned today already that this has been a slow process, and you need to be very persistent and continue to develop the initiatives ongoingly. Now, what has been the barriers and success factors of these type of schemes? What we see in all of those cases is that if there's a barrier, then it's almost always due to a lack of data, a lack of time, or a lack of creativity, or a lack of understanding. Of course, you need to make very sure that there's a reason why you do things differently than before. And so communication and transparency are crucial for a proper performance. What we also saw in studying the cases is that there are some common success factors, like a clear leadership. Almost all cases that were successful have a very clear leader who's pulling the action and making sure everybody maintains motivated. Very often the knowledge institute participating in a cooperative scheme is also a crucial success factor. And then, of course, the exchange of knowledge between partners can be facilitated, which is indeed another success factor. Finally, if regional authorities are supporting the action or overlooking the activities, then that adds a bit of authority to the project, and that is found to be very, very stimulating and a success factor as well. The next sheet is giving you some impressions on the workshops that we have organized in the 6 European countries in different levels, where many participants were actually exchanging information between them. And what I've learned is that by organizing these workshops, people that normally don't talk to each other are suddenly exchanging the aspects that lead to improved water quality. So this is actually extremely useful to do. We have a short impression about our Irish workshop, where the participant there is giving a testimonial.
What I liked about the WaterProtect workshop yesterday was the range of participants who were involved in it. It wasn't just a research workshop. There was people there from the industry, there was people from the European Commission, there were students, and there were regulators from local authorities, and there was an international dimension to it. And as someone who spoke at the conference, talking and at the workshop, talking to other people, they all said it was difficult to know what level to pitch your presentation at, and I think that was a very good thing, because it meant that there was such a range of people there, and they were all interested, and they all came together to partake in it, because quite often projects like this are being criticised that people work in their own silo.
So this is actually supporting what I was just mentioning, that when people are meeting each other on workshops, then the different silos are able to talk to each other. I remember very clearly from a Polish workshop that it was actually the first time that the local farmers were talking directly on the same table with the regional water authorities and talking about what they could do to improve the water quality. So these things are extremely important. We found in WaterProtect sufficient evidence that current practices need to change. We see irreversible effects of groundwater qualities, and so therefore we need this multi-stakeholder cooperation, and it's proven to be an effective tool. Also, what we find is that society, people around us, are increasingly urging us to make the shift towards a more environmental friendly, let's say, approach. And this is also becoming a very visible exercise, as I have shown you in the past 2 examples. In the next sheet, I have some more outcomes. We found from the regional workshops that that this way is an excellent way to facilitate the interactions and bringing people together who normally don't speak to each other. Of course, there's no one way forward. We find that regional, let's say, characteristics need to be addressed. The way of cooperating in Poland is very different from the way we do things in the Netherlands or in other countries. And so we have to take this into account. What I also found is that a bottom-up support and a top-down support is, in combination, is extremely effective. The top-down will not work it will not create the ownership that is necessary for success, and bottom-up is usually blocked by European legislative ruling. So you need both. Finally, there is an approach that in Europe that is supporting the cooperation between SMEs and their clients. And this type of cluster support systems might be a very proper support system for agriculture as well. And so I would really support such a cluster policy at European level for the purpose of agriculture and water sectors. Finally, I think when working with practical indicators to see if you are on the right way going forward, that would be one right way in order to make sure if you are creating progress or not. To summarize, I think on the next sheet is a visualization of a way forward. Once you start, you need to do it in a proper and controlled way with a certain structure that you see on the left or a structure that you see on the right. It doesn't really matter. As long as you work step for step, then water quality will improve if you are persistent in your approach. Because in the end, on the next sheet, I'm saying that over the next 40 years, we need to produce more food than in the previous 6,000 years. It appears that a sustainable agriculture is quite important, and this goes alongside with a good groundwater quality. So thank you very much for listening to me about our experience in WaterProtect Work Package 6 over the past 3 years. It's been a big success, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom, for sharing this with us. And then as our final block in our WaterProtect results, I would like to go to the integrated policy support and give the floor to Alex Marchis from Catholic University of Piacenza on integrated policy support. Alex?
Hi, thank you, Ingeborg, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. I will try to go through my presentation in a bit more alert ways to maybe make up some time. So I was responsible for the coordination of the integrated policy support in WaterProtect, and obviously we have started from a series of objectives. So these were then translated in deliverables in our project. So the first one was around guidelines and policy recommendations for sustainable water management in farming systems. Then we had an objective of developing simple to use indicators that will support the sustainable water governance models. We had the task of ensuring a continuous science policy interface to promote in policy the lessons learned in the project, and obviously engaging with stakeholders and policy stakeholders and agri stakeholders to facilitate the adoption of WaterProtect recommendations. In terms of the process that is on the next slide, we have started off obviously to build on the achievements in the work packages that were constituting the project, in the work that was done on the analysis of governance of water resources, the work that was done on mitigation and best management practices, case studies, and other desk analysis. And we have translated this in an initial policy analysis report that was then brought to policy conferences. To a number of 3 policy conferences were organized under in the duration of the WaterProtect project. Regional policy conferences, and these findings were discussed then with the stakeholders and with a broader audience beyond our project. So this will result then at the end of the project with in policy development and implementation recommendations that will be, let's say, the sum of all the discussions that have taken place in the 3 years of the project, together with a toolbox of indicators on water management and farming systems that was developed. This toolbox, you will hear a little bit about it later on, is building on existing systems of indicators, simplifying them and making them usable into participatory water governance models. And all these outputs during the project were feeding into what we call now the WaterProtect community, which is basically the stakeholders that were in one way or another connected with the WaterProtect project, but it goes beyond that to the wider community interested in water management issues and agriculture. So this was this is an overview of the whole process that we went through in the project. In the first stage of the policy analysis, which is on the next slide, is started from an approach looking at the policy implementation cycle and trying to identify key factors that are influencing the implementation into reality. We looked in this analysis on the interactions between various agriculture and water policy instruments, as well as the coherence, exchange of information and coordination at the implementation level. And then another key question for us in this analysis was how these guidelines, requirements and rules from the various policies at EU, national, regional level are translated then to the farmers. What is the capability of the farmer to understand what he needs to implement? So we started off from a mapping, which is on the next slide, a mapping of all the potential. If you can move to the next slide, please. Yes, a mapping of all the potential interactions between the main EU level policy instruments that are relevant to the subject that we are discussing about. So we looked at obviously at the pieces of legislation and policies that are related to water and how they link with the agricultural policies. And we have established this theoretical type of interaction that should take place. And against this background, then we went to the action lab level, and we tried to see how is this going on in practice. In the criteria that we considered for the assessment, one slide back, please. We looked at the effectiveness of the exchange of information between actually the authorities that are implementing these pieces of legislation, because the legislation itself does not exist without the people and the structures that are implementing it. Then the coherence of the requirements, so in terms of objectives of this policy instruments, then relevance of the implementation mechanisms, and then the added value of coordination and synergies between these policy areas. So after this analysis, as I said, we went to the action lab level, and we looked at what's happening in the field. In the next slide, you will see an overview of what we saw, you know, at the top level, at the European level, where in terms of the coherence and coordination of these EU policies on water and agriculture, and in general, we concluded that objectives are aligned in these policies. However, there is room for further improvement in the areas of policy implementation, so in the instruments for implementation, in the area of governance structures that are allowing effective coordination of the implementation of the actions, in terms of investment support, instruments that comply with the EU objectives, and in the terms of effective use of the existing knowledge base to innovate further towards water sustainability in the agricultural sector. So in this process, to arrive to these conclusions, we looked on at how water is reflected in, for example, in the Sustainable Use Directive. The Sustainable Use Directive for pesticides is requiring to establish some national action plans. So we looked how water is reflected in these action plans. We looked at global level at the EU. Level on the policy coherence between water policies and rural development plans, as well as how water is reflected and integrated in the cohesion policy instruments. So next slide, after the analysis at local level with the action plan, with the action lab leaders and stakeholders, we concluded that there are several areas of improvement for the implementation mechanisms and water governance systems in the case study countries. And these opportunities are, so there are opportunities for improvement in data and information on water management problem. There are opportunities to improve coherence of strategies. There are opportunities to raise awareness, better awareness on water management problems. Then inclusive stakeholder engagement is an area where much more can be done. And we saw from the previous presentations of my colleagues that stakeholder engagement is crucial in establishing a long-term impact on in water and agriculture. Then there is room for improvement in motivating actors to address the problem, to look at the problem, and then improving leadership and roles and responsibilities. So these are the general areas of improvement in terms of the implementation mechanisms. In the next slide, you will see an overview of the overall findings in, taking everything together. So I said that we started from the EU level analysis, and then we went down to the action lab level and see the feedback from that point of view, and then bringing everything together, we concluded that in terms of exchange of information and interaction, in general, the awareness on water quality issue is low. Farmers are using mainly informal channels to get their piece of information on these issues, and then data following controls and monitoring are not systematically used in policy implementation. So even though some data are used when establishing a new action plan, for example, for rural development, some data from the controls and the monitoring activities are used. This is not done in a systematic manner, and it's not all across the EU done in a systematic manner. So we thought that this is very important, thinking about the mapping of the policy interactions that I showed you at the beginning of my presentation. It is important that we do some work in this regard, so that whenever we have controls, whenever we have monitoring activities that are looking at water quality, that this information, this data are then systematically included in the programming period in the programming process for the next levels of implementation. Then in terms of the coherence of the requirements to the farmers, it seems that farmers are often lost in the complexity of standards. They don't know anymore what is the legal baseline, what is the local requirements, what are the requirements from the water industry, sustainability, and so on and so forth. So it's a little bit confusing for them. There is no one-stop shop information sources where they can get everything in a structured way. And to understand what are the priorities and what are the things that they need to work on first. Then in terms of the relevance for the implementation mechanism in relation to the objectives, we need to work on better coherence and coordination of measures between water-related policies and agricultural policies. And then last but not least, synergies and better exchange of information have the potential to boost the implementation of best management practices and mitigation measures. So we took all these conclusions into policy conferences, and if we move to the next slide, you will see that we had the first conference organized in Brussels. This was 2 years ago, when still face-to-face conferences were possible. And this discussion was on the role of the EU policies in addressing drinking water management challenges involving the agricultural sector. As you can see from the right graphic of my slide, there was a wide diversity of stakeholders present in this discussion. It was an enriching debate. And in the next slide, you will see some elements that came out of that debate. So there is a mobilization of stakeholders. We concluded that, but there are some gaps and some areas for improvement that we need to pay attention to. More training is needed. Smart farming can provide a very useful solution. Then we should not forget, again, this feedback into strategic plans, into, for example, into the national strategic plans that are currently being developed for the common agricultural policy to promote tailor-made solutions that are working for the countries where these national strategic plans are developed. Then progress needs to be measured and recognized. So this is very important that farmers feel the feedback, see the feedback, and see the recognition of their efforts. Then the involvement of water industry is crucial, and their need is to work on a long-term cooperation. Then the EU policies are evolving to promote interactions between water and agriculture, but we need to do more about that. So if we move further, the second policy conference was about discussing in general about drinking water management. So the first one was about EU policy. The second one, in which obviously we brought in, because it was in September 2019, organized in Piacenza in Italy, we brought in obviously the intermediate results of the WaterProtect project that were developed in the meanwhile from all the working packages, and this discussion was was about building blocks for a long-term collaboration strategy between water management and farming. And we also brought into discussion the findings of other similar projects like Fairway. Ingeborg said that this is our twinning project. Globaqua was another project that was implemented a couple of years back. We discussed here the expectations from agriculture on basin water management, the operational groups, how the operational groups, local groups are working and can have an impact, and challenges of integrated water management in the value chain. And this level of discussion was more about establishing some pillars for a sustainable collaboration in terms of water management and farming. The next policy conference, the last one, was actually this year and was scheduled to take place in Poland. but unfortunately due to the yes. Sorry, there was a noise. So it was scheduled to take place in Poland, but we had to transform it in a webinar, obviously for obvious reasons. So this was an opportunity to have a large number of participants discussing on the successful local policies, initiatives, and partnerships. So you see, we have started from the EU level. We went to establishing the priorities or the theoretical pillars for collaboration in water management and farming, and then we went to the local level to discuss about local policies, initiatives, and partnerships. And this kind of initiatives and partnerships were exemplified by my colleague Tom just a minute ago, so I will not dwell on that. Sufficient to say that we discussed about legal and policy initiatives towards better integration of activities in catchment management, initiatives driven by industry, so some very powerful examples of industry-led initiatives that established partnerships with farmers for water management. In NGOs, obviously have an important impact, and they can stimulate cooperation. And then initiatives promoted by farmers themselves towards better protection of water environment. So we drew lessons from all these examples that were developed outside the WaterProtect project, but they had in some cases some very important impact on the activities of WaterProtect, because they created an enabling environment for cooperation and for collaboration between the different stakeholders. And they will create in the future, as we saw from the example of Alexandra at the beginning, they will create in the future also opportunities to continue with activities that are relevant, that were relevant in WaterProtect. The last but not least, or it's not last, is the slide before last, a few words about indicators. We have worked to update existing indicators on water management, participatory governance in water management, and these indicators are structured to cover different topics, and then defined by objectives in terms of objectives of protection of water, then to further defined to cover certain goals in water protection, and then finally to identify the criteria and the indicators that need to be monitored and can be implemented. So as you remember from my first slide on the process, we have brought all this information into the WaterProtect community. On the next slide, you will see that the mission of this community is to develop and animate stakeholders and experts in addressing water management and agricultural challenges across Europe. And obviously the core group of this community are the partners of WaterProtect and their stakeholders. But I can say that other external stakeholders are strongly connected, and we can see a level of collaboration and cooperation and the exchange of information that is taking place in between these actors that will activity of WaterProtect, and one of the concrete outcomes of this consultation with this community was a proposal for an European Innovation Partnership focus group that will be looking at water management and agricultural challenges, and hopefully this is now under consideration by the European Commission if it will be implemented under the future European Innovation Partnership for agriculture. We hope yes, and we hope that this is one important element of the legacy of WaterProtect.
Where we still has a year to go. But Gerard was willing to share with us some of the fairway results. So Gerard, I will share my screen. And give the floor to you.
Thank you, Ingeborg, for giving me the opportunity to present some results of Fairway. So as you indicated, Fairway is the sister brother project of WaterProtect. Next slide, please. So we had the same objectives as Fairway. So we're also dealing with nitrate and pesticide pollution from agriculture, with measures, governance approaches, indicators, and together with actors at different levels, local, regional, and national level. And the difference between WaterProtect and Fairway is that Fairway has a duration of one half year longer now, because this also extended because of COVID. So our final date is the end of November next year. So next slide, please. So Fairway have 22 partners in 11 countries. There is some overlap with WaterProtect, but there are also some other countries involved. And you can see here the list. Maybe you can have a rapid look, because I will not go through it. So next slide, please. So the approach of Fairway is a bit similar as WaterProtect, but this is the setup. We have a work package on multi-actor platforms and case studies. So that is similar to the action labs and WaterProtect. And then we have work packages on monitoring and indicators, measures and practices, decision support tools, governance, and integration and recommendation. A slight difference with WaterProtect is maybe that Fairway is also somewhat more focused on scientific publications, and I will show that later. So there is also some scientific work in the different work packages. Yes, next slide, please. So we have 30 case studies or action labs in 11 countries. So we're existing case studies, and each case study is also a multi-actor platform with the different stakeholders. You can see here the list of the different countries. Yes, next slide, please. I will present work, so most of the work has to be published and and reported. So I can only show a few results, and I will show some results of publications and papers which have been published. Yes. This one is about indicators, because the policy indicators are used, and often the scheme, which you can see on the drivers, pressure, state, impact, and response is used in policies. Also, for example, by the European Environmental Agency. But between the pressure, for example, the nitrogen application or the pesticide application, and the state, and that's the quality of water, there is often a lag time. It takes some time when you see the effect of a measure in your water quality. And this paper shows that for 3 case studies, it takes years, or up to more than 20 years, before you can see a change in your water quality by implementing nitrogen measures. So that means, and that is here suggested, that you should also introduce a so-called link indicator, the lag time between your pressure and your state, because it can take a long time. And of course, this is also very difficult for policymakers. For example, the nitrate directive, that countries say, yeah, we have taken all the measures, but we have to wait for more than 20 years. So it's very difficult. And therefore, you also need to introduce some indicators that rapidly respond to changes in measures. And next slide, please. For example, the nitrogen surplus, which is widely used in Europe, and this paper compares the approaches in different countries on the nitrogen surplus as indicator for water pollution. And one of the conclusions is there is no unified methodology available. Methods of calculation, but also the data vary across the countries, which makes a comparisons of the nitrogen budgets difficult. It's very, you should carefully interpret these results. And when you are to use it on farm level, you really need to have real data of the farms and not only using default data. So these surpluses are not yet used in environmental policies like the nitrate directive, but it is used as an agri-environmental indicator by OECD and Eurostat. But for use that this type of indicator can be used in policies, you should harmonize the methodology to calculate it and also to use data. Yeah, next slide, please. So in another work packages, there's work done on decision support tools for farmers. So more than 150 decision support tools were identified in the case studies of Fairway, and 36 were further analyzed. It was clear that most tools are focusing on management, on farm management of pesticides and fertilizers. So there are only 3 tools that really explicitly considered water quality. So what is the effect on nitrate and pesticide concentrations in water? From those 33 decision support tools, 12 were selected and were tested also in other case studies. But it means that the case study developed in one, if a tool developed in one country was applied in another country, and different obstacles were shown when exchanging these tools because of differences in legislation between countries, advisory framework of recommendations, country-specific data, geoclimatic data, and of course also language. And it's also clear that these tools are mostly not used by farmers, and you need well-educated, skilled advisors to apply these tools and to give recommendations and to make the right decisions. Yes. Next slide. So this work is still also in progress. So this is a scheme from how should a likely successful decision support tool have to look like, and this will be further developed in the next months to give recommendations to make such a decision support tool. Yes, thank you. Next slide. Yes. In another paper we made on the governance work package, made a review of the different European directives on protecting of drinking water. So the Water Framework Directive, Groundwater Directive, Drinking Water Directive, Nitrate Directive, and Pesticide Directive. And the conclusion is that the overall legal framework is likely to be fit for purpose, but there were some potential inconsistencies and gaps were identified. For example, the risk-based approach of the Drinking Water Directive, so the quality of water on the tap, against the protection of water resources, the river basins of the Water Framework Directive. Also, there is a difference in objective. So the Drinking Water Directive, in the Nitrate Directive, 50 milligrams per liter, versus the ecological objectives for the Water Framework Directive, which is generally much less than 50 milligrams per liter. There are some fixed threshold values, which is sometimes counterproductive, because sometimes you can, for example, use more manure without exceeding nitrate concentrations. So that is an inconsistency. And there is also some possible negative effect of CAP's funding mechanism on the protection of drinking water resources, especially when farmers use fertilizer or pesticides to keep certain pieces of land as an agriculture piece of land to get subsidies, and this may negatively affect water quality. Yes, next slide please. Last year there was a workshop, we organized a workshop on the conference on land use and water quality in Denmark, in Aarhus, and we had some questionnaire with the participants. And these are the main conclusions. So what are the main barriers for creating safe drinking water resources? So the top 3 were financial barriers, lack of funding to apply measures, enforcement or the lack of enforcement of rules, and site-specific effects. Best management practice is too general. So you need to have site-specific, local or farm-specific information to get the the best measures. And the solutions were more effective enforcement, subsidies, and a better collaboration between farmers, scientists, and stakeholders and policymakers. Yes, thank you. Next slide. And then what are the main measures to decrease nitrate leaching, pesticide leaching? For both nitrate and pesticides, it was more that the changes in farm structures or integrated pest management, so a combination of measures were seen as the most most potential measures to decrease leaching. Also some technical measures like balanced fertilization, buffer strips, row applications, or choice of other pesticides were seen as potential measures to decrease leaching of pesticides and nitrate. Yes, last one. So we have more than 1 year to go. What is the planning in Fairway? We have the deliverables of scientific papers. On multi-actor platforms, we will make a detailed analysis of what's happening in these platforms in different case studies, what are the differences, of what is going good and what's not going good. 2 papers on measures to reduce leaching of nitrate and pesticides. There will be a paper on water safety plans, and governance will also result in some recommendations, also some papers. The second part will be on the synthesis, so giving recommendations and to have more interaction with policymakers and stakeholders. And our plan is to have a final meeting next year on the Conference on Land Use and Water Quality in Maastricht in September 2021. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gerard, for giving us this brief overview of the Fairway activities. I think though we have a slightly different approach, a lot of the findings we are very recognizable for the WaterProtect team also. So since we are running out of time, I would suggest that any urgent questions still are welcome on the chat. But please, if you have more questions or comments, small. Okay, there we go. So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break and are ready for the second session. Just to repeat the practical arrangements, please keep your microphone muted, your camera switched off unless you are a speaker. Pose your questions using the chat function. And now in the program, we have 2 discussion sessions. There you can also use the chat functions to pose questions or participate or raise your hand. The agenda for this afternoon session, this is mainly on the stakeholder views on our achievements and future directions. I would like to propose a minor change to the program and start off with a very brief, some very brief key points from the WaterProtect project. Then this is followed by a session from stakeholder organizations, which is VEWIN for the drinking water companies, Copa-Cogeca and Water Europe. These 3 presentations will be followed by a short discussion. Then the next block, we have the industry federations with representatives from the Bottled Water Federation and ECPA. Then we plan to have a short coffee break and end with our keynote presentations from Minister Martin Hayden and Mr. Jack Nolan. So now first my little change to the project. I wanted now just to very briefly recap some WaterProtect general conclusions. So to allow you also to, if you have questions about this, to put them in the chat and we can maybe include them in the discussion sessions. So some general points. I think we showed you that we did a lot of action research in the action labs and did large efforts in raising level of awareness. This did result in an improved stakeholder engagement, and engaging the actor at the scale of a catchment or a groundwater delineation zone led to an increased interest in mitigation measures and also to an increased implementation, that we hope to increase that over the years. There are large differences between the different action labs, but our multi-actor setting allowed us to have a tailor-made approach and strategies suited for each of the action labs. We did a lot of work on knowledge building, on participatory monitoring, where we developed also guidelines how you can start this or set this up. But this knowledge building and this sharing of information is crucial, we found, to reach a common understanding, to have a starting point to collaboratively develop solutions. Continuation of efforts will be needed in order to reach our long-term goal of a good water quality, and this is most successful or most easily reached if benefits are clear, if you have other benefits such as tourism or being part of a certification scheme. From different angles or different work packages in our project, we heard that there is a need for better coordination between the different institutional bodies, promoting the measures and the financial incentives needed to implement measures and operate them. This is a very brief recap, but I just wanted to show this to set the scene for the afternoon. Then now I would like to go over to our first stakeholder session. And oh, no, I wanted to say, if you want more information on the project, please visit our website. There's a lot of information on the action labs, on the deliverables, on all the outcomes we had, and follow us on Twitter. With this, I would like to give the floor to Alex Marches, who will be moderating the stakeholder sessions. So Alex, please.
Thank you, Ingeborg. Thank you for this summary. So we are aiming now that in the afternoon we have a little bit of a discussion and interaction following the philosophy of WaterProtect. You saw that at every stage of our research activity we have done this to bring the results into discussion with the stakeholders and with the experts, so that we continuously have a kind of a reality check of where we're going, but also to have the opportunity to communicate what we have been doing and what we have been concluding on certain issues, or to communicate this to a wider audience. Because this is a more interactive session, I would like to start off maybe with 2 minutes with questions related to the WaterProtect project. If you have immediate questions about the presentations that you heard in the morning and the conclusions of Ingeborg, please, you can in the participant part of Zoom. So if you click on participants, you will have the list of participants, and then at the bottom you have the button raise hand. You can raise your hand there, and I will see it and give you the floor to ask your question. You can also put your question in the chat, and this is valid for the rest of the session, for the rest of the afternoon. So now, are there any questions about the project that you would like to ask? I see nobody that has immediate questions. I propose that we can keep also this kind of questions during the rest of the session when we are debating with the stakeholders, because obviously with the online setting we don't have the limitation of number of chairs that you can put in front of the room. So actually all participants or all experts in WaterProtect are connected, so we can have questions also later during the debate related to the activity of project, and we will do our best to reply to those questions. So moving on to in the agenda, why do we have this stakeholder session is because we wanted to see what different stakeholder organizations are facing, what are their challenges, what are their objectives and their strategies, and also most importantly in the context of this discussion, how the results of our project, the results of 3 years of participatory research can fit and can be taken up in their activities. This is to build up on the legacy of WaterProtect. And to start off this session, we have 3 speakers representing 3 stakeholder organizations, and I will start with Mr. Arjen Frans, who is Director and Policy Manager of WWIN. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, and he has been working for this organization since 2001. WWIN is the Association of Water Companies in Netherlands, and he is responsible for looking after the interests in the Hague and Brussels offices. He's a member of the Drinking Water Committee of EURO, the European Umbrella Organization of Drinking Water and Wastewater Organization. So I give you the floor, Mr. Frans, for we have allocated for each speaker about 5 to 7 minutes for an initial introduction, and then we will go to questions and interventions from the participants. Please prepare your questions in the chat or raise your hand, and we will be glad to give you the opportunity to speak. Mr. Frans, over to you.
Okay, Alexandru, thank you very much for your introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll speak here on behalf of VWIN. VWIN is the Dutch Association of the Drinking Water Companies in the Netherlands. And maybe for information, in the Netherlands we use as well as groundwater, but also surface water. About 60% of our country is dependent on groundwater and 40% is dependent on surface water. So both fields are very important and very important source for the drinking water production. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the Water Project conference. It's quite a large and a challenging project and process that you have made, and very interesting and challenging questions. And it's always a challenge, I say, as a policy officer, to convert scientific insights into better protection of water, and that's maybe the challenge. How to, what you said also in your introduction, how to cope with the results and how to implement the results in further action. Maybe next slide, please. Yeah, maybe for when we look at the challenges, you mentioned also in one of the introductions of the conclusions of the project that there is continuation of efforts needed to reach a good water status. And maybe I would like to quote a sentence which starts as follows: "Safe and sufficient drinking water is essential for life. We use it for drinking, food preparation and cleaning. However, more than half of the river and lake water bodies in Europe are reported to be in less than good ecological status, and about 25% of groundwater across Europe is in poor chemical status. And the situation is not improving anymore." End quote. I was quoting the website of the Water Project website, and I found this a very good quote. On this slide you see one of the reports we made last year by KWR in the Netherlands about the quality of the sources of our drinking water resources in the Netherlands. One of the main conclusions was that the situation is not improving. we face a lot of problems, a lot of discussions on nitrates, on pesticides, pharmaceuticals, but also old contamination sites where soil is, we have some problems in groundwater areas, and about different emerging substances, and mainly industrial compounds like, and some of you of course know all the discussions about PFAS and PFOS and all the discussion about that topic. So we face a lot of challenges, and a lot of improvement has to be made, and a lot of knowledge should be there to improve in policy making on regional, national level, but also on European level to make improvement. The next slide, please. Yeah, then I come to the point how to implement and how to address the challenges of the water project. Yeah, the insights and the new issues the project have face and give us new insight to look for new solutions. And unfortunately, these solutions are not simple, of course, because if there were simple solutions, of course, we have made them already. So, of course, it's difficult to implement. But I must make a compliment to the project that there are good solutions, and there are some things I would like to mention. There are 5 points here, and one of the points is also mentioned in the introduction. That is the point about coordination, and in our point is that the regulation at EU level, but also on national level, should be more coordinated and more interdisciplinary. Water issues and agriculture issues and chemical issues, they're all different tables, and there should be more coordination about that topics. One of also the conclusions I see also from the water project. Of course, we need also a level playing field. Agreements and regulations should be embedded in national regulation with a similar level. And that level playing field accounts also for the pressure on farmers. And of course, we focus on good behavior of farmers, but that cannot be the only thing. Regulation and measures also have to be taken. For instance, in our country on nitrate, where we face a lot of problems and a lot of discussions, and good behavior, it starts with that, but most of the time that is not sufficient. Now, if the fourth point is the different policy actions which are made on European level, which provide a lot of chances. I guess the new Green Deals, the Farm to Fork strategy, the CAP, face also a lot of anchors to face new issues and new challenges, and the challenges you also in the water project have taken account for, which can be made. We can use them in those different projects. So yeah, the conclusion is the successful implementation is not easy, but it is worthwhile to look at different policy fields to implement and to know how to come further with these results. Next slide, please. Yeah, how to go forward. Of course, as Fewin we participate in Euro. We think it's important that to translate the findings into proposals in national and EU legislations. Main focus first, of course, which I said before, coordination and between more disciplines, interaction should be very important. Second point, the different policies which now are in discussion in Brussels provide a lot of chances to go further. So we as Fewin, we continue to improve all the local and regional initiatives for pilots on nitrate and pesticides, and it's very important to share all the knowledge and findings in this project. I guess I'm then at the end of the slides I have. I guess this was the last slide, I guess. Yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'm willing to answer questions, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franz. Thank you for these insights on the challenges that you have in your industry, and obviously this is creating pressure on you, but it's also we need to take into account obviously the broader environment with all the stakeholders that are involved. Thank you for the suggestions on and the thoughts about transposing research results into reality. We will continue the series of initial intervention, and then we will go to the discussion with Mr. Daniel Komlosh. I hope again I'm pronouncing correctly the name. Mr. Komlosh joined the Secretariat of HJERK at the beginning of September after working for the Agricultural Office of the Embassy of Netherlands in Budapest, and earlier the Ministry of Agriculture in Hungary. Mr. Komlosh, over to you for the perspective from the HJERK, which is obviously the most important farmer umbrella organization in Europe, and we're keen to hear what farmers think of this context.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hope I'm audible and visible. Ladies and gentlemen.
Audible, yes. Visible.
Not visible?
At least on my screen, no. But, oh, yeah, yes.
Okay.
You are visible now.
I'm here. So, good afternoon again. And dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to join today the final conference of the WaterProtect project. I'm speaking on behalf of HJERK, the professional organization of European farmers and their cooperatives. Let me start with that. Of course, in order to provide food security via high quality, safe and nutritious food, agriculture needs sufficient quantity and quality water. Therefore, it is in the core interest of European farmers to ensure that our surface and groundwater resources are used in a sustainable way. Regarding water quality, the adverse impact of agriculture has significantly been reduced over the years. For example, by compliance with the EU nitrate directive or other EU environmental standards on water protection via cross-compliance. Farmers already pursue a whole set of adaptive strategies at farm level to more efficiently use groundwater, surface water to achieve the targets set out in the Water Framework Directive. For example, via plant varieties with high water productivity, smart farming solution, precision agriculture, in this case, smart farming solutions based on big data. And regarding water quantity, we believe that the reduction of water abstraction has to be supported by enhancing soils buffer capacity, enhancing water reuse, and overall development rainwater storage capacity on farm level. It is important to recognize the need to evaluate and communicate positive contribution of agriculture to sustainable water management in order to stimulate ownership of the process. It is something that is missing in the current Water Framework Directive reporting. It is also important to provide farmers with direct information, know-how, as well as support for actual investments for implementation. And also the need to promote multi-stakeholder partnerships and participatory water governance models for something that this very project have a very significant contribution. We, of course, have to look into more detail in the results of the WaterProtect project, but I'm sure that we will find many useful elements that we can share with our network of farmers and their cooperatives, and we can use in future policy debates. When it comes to tackling different challenges related to the use of water in agriculture, the cross-sectoral approach, as I've mentioned before, is crucial, which is supported by research innovation. Therefore, on R&I, I would like to say that agro-innovation is vital for farmers to ensure stable income while reducing environmental pressures. It has to follow a multi-actor approach, which can amplify the research and innovation on the ground. And it is essential that land users are involved from the beginning. We also need, in our opinion, a bottom-up approach to overcome the challenge of putting research into practice, which require more dedicated financing for projects. Solutions need to be practical, feasible, and affordable, as well as to adaptable and the ability to be scaled up. One farm in one country doesn't mean they will be equally successful on another farm in another area, region in Europe or in the world. When it comes to challenges, I'm sure you also identified some of these. For example, cost benefit of implementation. Economic returns are major concerns for farmers who are sometimes not convinced by strategies that they are not familiar with, particularly complex options with high dependency on advisors. The lack of knowledge and awareness regarding long-term or environmental benefits for strategies. Another obstacle can be that there is not enough support for research on practical issues, and it leads to lack of researchers working on practical issues, such as the everyday farming practices. But talking about opportunities, which projects like WaterProtect mean and provide, in my opinion, they facilitate the adoption of best practices and benefits in economic or environmental terms in the short and long term. They also provide impartial and reliable advice to support the benefits in implementing the innovation. Once again, I would like to emphasize a promotion of multi-actor approach, like in the frames of the EIP Agri operational groups, which they provide a platform for researchers, advisors, public and private bodies, and farmers to come together. Copa-Cogeca itself is involved in 2 different projects. We take part in 2 very interesting Horizon 2020 projects, which actually try to address the gap between research and practice, and which are based on multi-stakeholder approach. One of these is InnoSeta, which stands for Innovative Spraying Equipment Training and Advising. It is a self-sustaining network of accelerating innovative practices for spraying techniques. And the aim of this network is to enhance dissemination of state-of-the-art spraying techniques for the farming community and extension services. The network covers spraying application needs in the most commonly used crops in Europe, covering cereals, vegetables, orchards, vineyards, greenhouses, and it's organized in 7 national innovation hubs linked to international interactive workshops. But how this project addresses water equality? Well, most practitioners see the benefits of innovative spraying equipment, training and advising, SETA as an abbreviation, in agricultural production, and for the environment with a special focus on water, of course, since it brings improvements in the use of plant protection products by integrated pest management, meaning less environmental impact through the better use of resources, more targeted use of substances, less leakage less leakage into the soil and surface and groundwater. However, the fast pace of development and the complexity of precision agricultural techniques, the diversity in the farm size in Europe, the cultural perception, lack of expertise, and the economic constraints are sometimes drawbacks that have hindered adoption by the farming community. This project, InnoSeta, complements WaterProtect in a way that the knowledge and application in spraying can be a positive factor in improving water quality by reducing pollution from farming activities. Another project which indirectly addresses water pollution reduction is DISARM, stands for Disseminating Innovative Solutions for Antibiotic Resistance Management. The main aim of this project is to reduce antibiotic resistance by reducing the need of antibiotics in livestock farming by focusing on disease prevention and prudent use of antibiotics, which it is also based on a multi-stakeholder approach. And how this project addresses water quality in an indirect manner, it aims for the reduction of antibiotics and reduces the risk of new drug-resistant bugs evolving when these antibiotics come into contact with bacteria present in the water. There are some projects where COPA-COGECA as a joint secretariat is not involved, but some of our members are. And one of them is AgriDemo or AgriDemo. The overall aim of AgriDemo is to enhance the peer-to-peer learning, utilizing experience of different actors and involve practitioner partners throughout the project to deepen understanding of effective on-farm demonstration activities. And AgriDemo has a connected sister project, Nefertiti, which might be familiar with, which is establishing an EU-wide, highly connected network of demonstration and pilot farms designed to enhance knowledge exchanges, cross-fertilization among actors, and effective innovation uptake in the farming sector through peer-to-peer demonstration of techniques. It's extended to 10 major agricultural challenges in Europe, including water, the use of nutrients, plant protection products, etc. And the point is that the farming sector is very much interested and involved in the research and innovation projects and would like to be even more involved from the beginning on farm level in other projects like the WaterProtect was. And these projects that I just mentioned, a few of them mean a great significance to the improvement of farming techniques in Europe and of course to improving the livelihood of farmers and rural communities. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm at your disposal for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Komlos, for this very interesting views from COPA-COGECA. I would like to move on then for the initial introduction of Mr. Andrea Rubini, who is currently the Director of Operations for Water Europe, the European Technology Platform for Water, and is in charge of marketing and research and innovation collaboration programs. Mr. Rubini has spent 20 years in the context of multi-level European lobbying in Brussels, where he gained experience in research and innovation policy and funding. He previously worked for the Italian Chamber of Commerce, and he was also a policy advisor at the delegation of the presidency of Lombardy region to the EU, as well as he held an assignment in the European Commission in DG Regio. Mr. Rubini, over to you for an introduction of about 5 to 7 minutes, and then we move to questions. I would like to kindly ask all participants to prepare their questions, either orally or in writing, so that we can have a interesting debate about taking research results into practice. Mr. Rubini, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Good to see you again, by the way. And thank you very much for this opportunity. It is really nice that we can contribute to the final conference of WaterProtect, which represents for us, an important milestone within the program of Water Europe. From the previous speakers, pointed some very interesting highlights. That's at the end of the day, all focus on the matter that water scarcity, water pollution of water, they're very much connected. Over abstraction then becomes, another challenge. In the not only in the rural area, but it's a problem that affects any of our any areas of our society. And for this, Water Europe proposes a number of actions, a number of strategies in order to achieve what we call a water smart society in the near future. But let's introduce for a while Water Europe. So I'd like to have the next slide, please. So what is Water Europe? Water Europe is an umbrella organization, is the voice of the water-related research and innovation In Europe, we have more than 220 members covering the full cycle of water. We recognize the European Commission as the European Technology Platform for Water, previously known as WSSSTP. We changed our name, but not the content of our organization in June 2019. And the mission was to improve the collaboration within the water sector, to enhance the capacity of our European water sector to be competitive at global level, to contribute to solving the global challenges and to achieve what we call a water smart society. And the strategy is based on the matter that we have a vision on water and that we take into account the full chain of water. The next, please. What we identified as challenges, something that we already heard today during the conference, water scarcity, pollution of the environment, that is not only water, but it's a general pollution of our environment, and the matter that we need to adapt or we need to take measure about the climate change and the extreme events, and not extreme, but changing of natural events that we can say day after day in our life. Now, what is a water smart society? Water smart society is a society where we recognize the true value of water, because most of the times, it's commonly understood that the value of water is the cost per cubic meter. That's not the real value. Even though with this cost of cubic meter water might change a lot, from South to Northern Europe, and it changes, a factor that sometimes close to be 10 times, but that is not the real value of water. The value of water is what we can do with water, what we can produce with water, what are the products, what are the process, what is the support that we can give to the development, to sustain our society through water. If we consider that 3 out of 4 jobs at the global level depends on water availability, and that 92% of the economy at the global level as well depends on water availability, then we see how water represents one of the main pillars of our society. So water resources are strictly connected to the circular economy. We cannot think any longer, and since years, we couldn't think even before, to use water as we did up to now, because we need to create a resilient system. We need to create a resilient society in order to be ready to face the impact of the climate change and the increasing demand for water at any level, at urban level, at rural level, and for the industries. As you can see from the picture on the right, you can see that in order to achieve a water smart society, we need to invest on technologies that are not enough by themselves. We need to invest on rethinking our infrastructures for the water sector, and we need to think that what will be extremely necessary in order to achieve a water smart society will be an effective governance with multi-stakeholders involvement. Next, please. Now, what is the characteristic of WaterProtect is the action labs. The action labs, what do they want to do? They want to set up a new model of governance and financing models. They want to develop systems in order that monitoring and participation by the stakeholders is really made for real. So it's developed to develop participatory modeling. But this aims at what? At achieving a real implementation in order to reduce water pollution and to protect drinking water resources. I would say to reduce water pollution, to reduce the pollution in our environment, and to protect water resources that, as we know, the freshwater resources are really a small quantity if you see against the demand and against the overall availability of water. The next, please. In order to connect action labs of WaterProtect, there's an important connection with Water Europe. Water Europe proposes, there's not a different kind of living labs, it's a water-oriented living lab model, where in this model, water represents a tangible pillar, represents a mission inside the living lab, because we think that water-oriented living labs and generally speaking living labs represent really, I mean, the functional and systemic mechanism that is required to support the transition to a green Europe and a digital Europe. It's a matter of sustainability, it's a matter of systemic approach, it's a matter to recognize that while water is a local issue, it's a local issue, but at the same time, water represents a component of the system and is a main component, is a main pillar. It represents, I mean, the engine, the enabler for our sustainable development. If we look for a while to the COVID-19 worst period of time that we had, let's say from February to May 2020, we were all at home in a lockdown, but what was interesting to see is that the three main systems, I mean, water, energy, and communication, didn't fail. I mean, despite the crisis, these three systems supported the capacity of our society to be resilient against the pandemic. So that was completely new. It's a completely new kind of crisis for our century. So, but let's think that for a while, that if one of the main systems fails, all the others will fail. So the resilience of our society is based on a systemic approach and a systemic view. And water-oriented living labs want really to foster innovation in a systemic way in order to address the challenges of development to be integrated into governance, effective governance models. Next, please. Because water-oriented living labs enter into the streamline of the policy of and the strategy of the action labs of the project, because living labs can improve the connection between citizens and the water sector and the other sectors as well in a co-design approach. We can support the knowledge transfer and the good practice exchange. We can involve in the full chains of the sectors, including the water sector. And then what we can do is that we can really address the challenges of the large nexus that is energy, food, land, ecosystem, and water with systemic solutions. And something else that's very important, really to address the problem, the challenge of the interoperability of the system that now it is still weak in our systems. Water Europe published the Atlas of the Water-Related Living Labs in 2019. That is census. It's a living document where we found out all the water similar oriented living labs that are active in Europe. Next, please. Our plan is based on the matter that Water Europe has the visual leadership teams, that is the think tank of Water Europe, where you can see 9 clusters, 9 visual leadership teams, of which the number 7, 8, and 9 are water smart industry, cities, and rural areas that are focused on living labs development. Next, please. And we have a new project, and the project is taking off in these months, in these weeks. That it will be supported by the visual leadership teams, the vertical visual leadership teams of Water Europe. And the project is in order to support and enhance the development of walls in order to create a water-oriented living labs core network able to do what? To address the challenges of the living labs, to extract winning and working models, to scale up solutions, and to create, I mean, the conditions in order to have living labs able to scale up to other territories, to support the systemic development of the territories, and to represent, I mean, leading by example systems in order to inspire other systems to do the same and to produce systemic approaches and systemic solutions for the sustainability of our society. Of course, I mean, taking into account how much water is at the basis of that. Next, please. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm available for questions now, and of course, I mean, you can contact me at any point of time in the coming days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubini, for this very interesting presentation and giving an overview of what Water Europe is doing and thinking and planning. It's very interesting to see the links that you identified with the outcomes of our project. We must say that for the past at least 1.5 years, we have been in contact with you and with Water Europe, and established a continuous dialogue on how we can ensure this collaboration between our action labs and the initiative of the living labs, so that we ensure sustainability of the collaborations that are existing in our action labs beyond the end of the project. And I must say that we also need to thank you and your organization for the open attitude towards this dialogue, which was very fruitful. I'm opening it now for questions from the participants. I want to remind you that if you click on the participant button at the bottom of your screen, you will see the participant list, and then you have the button to raise your hand. In that, if you want to intervene live and ask your question to the panel. In the meanwhile, we have a question in the chat from Christoph. I will read it out. You mentioned participatory monitoring. What is holding this idea back? Technical limitations? I don't know who would like to take the floor on this. Mr. Franz, Mr. Komlos, Mr. Rubini.
I can spend a few words on this.
Please.
I mean, this is a characteristic of the action labs of WaterProtect. What we saw, I mean, water exists in living labs, water-oriented living labs exist in Europe as well. I mean, as living labs exist in Europe. But then the level of maturity and capacity of being sustainable and to produce a tangible effect is uneven. And what we found that there is a majority of living labs that are in the urban areas, a bit less in rural areas, and much less in industrial settlements. Now, what we intend for monitoring, I would say more, I mean, participation. While we think that living labs would be, I mean, a winning model for the sustainability of territorial systems. What we found is that most of the times, I mean, there are many limitations concerning, because there is a lack of enabling environment to develop and to deploy innovation. There is a lack of participation even by the beneficiaries or by the users. That is because a systemic view is lacking, because the model might be based on a top-down approach, and then because, I mean, there are maybe policy constraints. The idea of living labs and water-oriented living labs starts from the point that we have common ambitions, we have common objectives, we have common challenges to solve, and most of the stakeholders, so say, I mean, ideally all the stakeholders are on board to decide and to act in order to make the living labs an effective tool for the sustainability of society. Co-design, citizen engagement, I mean, they're basic, because without, I mean, going back, I mean, to the quadruple helix system, but then once again, I mean, we need to put on the same level, we need to put on the same layer different interests and the different capacities of the stakeholders, I mean, to contribute proactively to the actions of the system. This is why we are proposing a water-oriented living labs, but nevertheless living labs, to be efficient territorial tools for development.
No, it's interesting that you're pointing out this idea of the ownership of the process. It's something that we have also concluded in our project as being one of the enabling factors for success. The involvement of stakeholders in an active way gives them ownership of the process, and obviously their motivation is kept high. Then if I can just make a reference to the question on participatory monitoring, I think there are some limitations were pointed out by Mr. Rubini. Others are also evident from the difficulties we have had in our project. Sometimes it's a lack of coordination, sometimes it's a lack of information, of awareness of those that are supposed to participate, being them farmers or citizens. And but when activities are done to increase this level of awareness, then we see involvement. I would like to go now to Mr. Frantz with a short question, if I may. Probably you also need to leave for a different meeting, you know. So just to say, you mentioned in your presentation that you have a report on the different pressures that are put on water, and I was wondering, we have worked on the issues of pesticides and nitrates that are coming from agriculture. Do you have any other positive examples of cooperation between water management structures in general and industrial or stakeholder partners, for example, in I don't know, in the industrial compounds area, that can be used or transferred, or at least we can draw some lessons from this kind of cooperation?
Yeah, thank you, Alexander, for the question. It's a good question. Maybe first, the previous discussion about monitoring and about participated monitoring. Monitoring is for water quality, of course, is essential, because knowledge and information and facts are very important. And what we see, for instance, we have in the Netherlands a lot of problems with nitrates in groundwater. Many of the listeners here will know that it occurs in many countries, and we have a lot of projects with the national government, with the provinces, and the farmers to make improvement. And one of the main questions, of course, is when you have a project in between, what is the level of improvement, and how many improvement did you make? And then, of course, you have to talk to the scientific researchers to make research on what kind of progress is made and on what kind of level do you measure, etc., etc. So, I think we as water operators are very we are very positive in good models, in good scientific data, which can be used in proper policy making for measuring what kind of improvement you have made. So, many times I see discussions about data. Is the data like this, or is the data like that, or should we have more this, or should we have less that? You know what I mean? So I think more efforts in data and more improvement is very important. Now, coming to your question about nice and good examples. In the last few years, we had a lot of discussions with some industrial pollution in the river Meuse, and that problem occurred, maybe started specific with some topics about 6-7 years ago, and from that moment we had a very good cooperation between the specific industry, between the provinces who are responsible for the licenses, but also our ministry who take the lead in that discussion. So the ministry take the lead to get all the parties at the table to have a discussion. What are the problems? How to prevent further pollution of the Meuse in this case, but also the Rhine, of course. How to prevent, how to work together, and we have still that process is going on, and that's good because you see in that process many knowledge is not available at the places where it should be available. So it's very important for us as drinking water companies to tell to the industry, for instance, in the river basins of the Rhine and Meuse, that in the Netherlands, at the top of when the water is floating into the North Sea, we are making drinking water of it. So the quality of that water is of main importance. So any pollution and severe pollution strikes us very quite and severe. So information and cooperation is good. And that project on industrial pollution, which the Dutch ministry is still going on, yeah, that works quite well. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. Can you hear me? Yes, I think it's working. I would like to go on with a question for Mr. Komlos. You have given us some very interesting examples of the networks where Copa-Cogeca is participating, and that's very interesting indeed. But you also have an extensive membership in all over Europe. All major farmer organizations are members of Copa or Cogeca. So obviously here there is an opportunity to organize knowledge transfer. My question is, what do you think it would take to have a more systematic collaboration between science and farmers? What is the instrument? Is it education activities more, or is it maybe more focused on innovation, so that you know, they then through innovation they get I don't know, new equipment, they get the new solutions that are put on the market, and then obviously those that are selling those solutions will, you know, educate them on the practices to use them. Where do you feel is the balance between the two approaches?
Thank you for the question. Definitely, I mean, the way forward, which is communicated on the highest levels of farming policy and environmental policy, especially in precision agriculture, and the tools that are available are so abundant, which is of course a very positive development, but so abundant that, as I mentioned, for farmers differing between member states and in the regions of specific member states, it is hard to keep up with the development. It's a very investment concentrated process. Farmers in for example, in Central European countries, many of them cannot afford these kind of developments. It is, as of now, it is available for us over a certain company size, for larger integrators, larger companies specialized in seed production, arable crops, etc. And coming back to your question on education, yes, it has to start at the university and at the specialized educational centers to raise the awareness, because there is absolutely a need from the farmer side to utilize these tools and transferring to a sustainable direction by these precision techniques. It's very hard where and how the needs and the available and ever evolving and always developing techniques can meet. It is very challenging, but I'm confident that for example, Copa-Cogeca can be an enhancing platform to transfer the message to the farming community in Europe about the new available techniques, about the organization of workshop with stakeholders. I think the Copa-Cogeca Secretariat, as well as the two major organizations, Copa and Cogeca separately, are a good platform to bring research, innovation, and farmers together. And projects like the Concluding WaterProtect are a good example to that, where farmers could participate and spread the word.
Thank you for that. On that positive note, if there are no other questions to the speakers or to the colleagues from WaterProtect, I would like to propose a 5 minutes break because we've been going on for an hour already in the second session. Maybe we take a 5 minutes coffee break, and then we come back for the last part of this session, which we'll have to close before 3 o'clock. So I see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. So we are back. I know that the initial recommendation was to keep your cameras closed, but if you would like to open your camera so that we can see who we have with us, you are welcome to do it, so that we have a sense of a more personal connection to the participants here today. Would like to. It would be also a nice opportunity for a picture. To see how all of us that are here and we care about water, and we actively participate, even though we are silent in the background, but we are actively participating through what we do on a day-to-day basis to protect water resources in Europe. So I see many cameras turning on. I'm happy about that. Happy to see you all. And in the meanwhile, we can continue with the session. I have on my list Mr. Hermis Panagiotopoulos. I'm happy to introduce him on behalf of the European Federation of Bottled Waters. He's a director for sustainability in this organization. He previously worked for some years ago for the Fertilizers Europe, so he has a long history of living and working in Brussels arena in the areas related to agriculture, water, and a circular economy. I'm happy to give you the floor, Hermis, for your introductory speech, and then we're going to go for questions again.
Thank you very much, Alex. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hear you. And good afternoon to all. Thank you for the slides.
Yes, I'm sorry. Trying to.
Thank you. So today I will present you the bottled water industry and the sustainable resource management, and basically what was our contribution to the WaterProtect project. Maybe we go to the next slide, please. So who we are a non-for-profit association representing the natural mineral water and spring water producers in Europe, based in Brussels since 2003, but represented in Paris from 1953. This slide is basically to say that we represent, via our national associations and direct company members, around 550 producers of packaged water in Europe. Next slide, please. Now, what is the content? Because we see the bottle, but what is inside is natural mineral water, which is unlike drinking water. It's not the same thing. It must come from identified underground origin only. Something that you will not see here. It needs to be stable mineral concentration, what you see on the label. It needs to be stable through time, must be free of contamination, and may not be chemically treated or disinfected. And we have a requirement that we need to bottle at source. So when it comes out, it needs to be bottled, so we cannot have transportation via tankers. Now, next please, it's animation. Yeah. So you can see that in the European legislation, but also in international like Codex standards, it's clearly illustrated that natural mineral water is clearly distinguishable from ordinary drinking water. Next slide, please. Now, what we do in our areas, we protect very big areas against any kind of pollution. And of course, WaterProtect is about agriculture and nitrates and pesticide interference with the water system. But here I want to clarify that any kind of pollution for us means agriculture, of course, but also even the things that we don't think of, which are car accidents on the catchment area, or de-icing in the winter the roads with salt. It's also need to be careful because we don't actually have corrective measures. So if there is the minutesque pollution in the catchment area, which we call it impluvium, we have a big problem because we are going out of business because we cannot treat it. Now, the second point is that all this extensive protection that we do has a benefit to the local biodiversity. So depopulation increase, it's a clear indication, but also reforestation because we plant trees in those areas. So next slide, please. Now, as far as WaterProtect is concerned, next there is an animation. Thank you. What was our role for this project? Our role was to bring an expertise how we manage and we protect our catchment areas in our natural mineral water production areas. Also to show, which is very, very important, is to show participatory, it was mentioned before, the participatory nature, because we have in many bottlers across Europe, we have many coalitions between farmers, local communities, municipalities, sometimes NGOs and the bottled water industry in order to avoid pollution at catchment level. So this close collaboration, what does it mean? It means it's very structural because they sit around the table and every decision at local level needs to pass from this coalition. So because local communities are involved. Also to share best practices in three case studies, basically in France, Switzerland and Austria, to showcase how we do that. Next slide, please. This is what I elaborated a little bit before. This is the public-private partnerships that municipalities, farmers, and us, producers, working together in order to protect the source, so the water. And also NGOs are missing from this, but it's not all the time that NGOs are involved, but in many cases they are. Next slide, please. Now, as a summary, what I want to focus is that this protection strategy takes very local socioeconomic perspective. So from hydrogeological point of view, stakeholders, as we said, but also production systems. So production systems, you might think of agricultural production, but as a whole, but we can go a little bit deeper on that. For example, there are cheesemaking on the impluvium, and the farmer who makes the cheese needs to be educated that his practices will not interfere in any way with the underground water, because the mineral water is always underground sourced. Now, something very, very important is that at local level, there is the cooperation mentality and not a stigmatization mentality. So instead of accusing each other, is working together. That's very, very important to keep in mind. Also, solutions like biogas plants to valorize the waste, the farm waste, to transform it into digestate or into renewable energy as well, to feed the electricity grid around. And also, thanks to all protection measures at local level, groundwater quality, and that's the main message here, groundwater quality and agriculture can coexist. And because instead of accusing each other, working together, agriculture can coexist with good water management. That's the message here. And the last point is that we call this water stewardship, because it needs to be socially responsible, but also ecologically and economically sustainable. Next slide, please. And this is to come to the European Green Deal, and because that's the next big thing, which includes a lot of policies for the next many years. I listed here 3 very obvious links with the work of the WaterProtect, but also on sustainability of agriculture, which is the Biodiversity Strategy 2030, the Farm to Fork Strategy, and the Sustainable Agriculture. These are policy areas where WaterProtect fits very well in. And before, because I think the next slide is the thank you slide, before I finish, I want, with my background in the fertilizer industry, I want to make a comment about what was mentioned before about precision agriculture. I think, and the answer was given by the colleague in Copa Coseca, I think very, very important is to take one step at a time. And what we can do is coordination with farmers, but not as a whole, via cooperatives, for example, because in some cases, the precision agriculture technique or tool might be a little bit expensive for one farmer. So cooperatives is a good solution. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hermes, for this overview and for the very interesting ideas. Moving on, I would like to introduce Jeremy Dyson, who is going to talk on behalf of the European Crop Protection Association. Jeremy is a soil scientist and has had a long experience in issues related to water, being involved in the TOPS and Provadis pan-European projects related to water and protection of water. Jeremy, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Alexandru. Just 7 minutes. A response really on WaterProtect as in the advisory board, and what I see very much WaterProtect being there is an ongoing story of continuous improvement. We're not going to get from ground zero to perfection in 5 minutes, but it continues on in that process, and as part of TOPS, we've been involved in that from European Crop Protection and providing inputs to the project. If I could have the next slide, please. If there's any one thing that I think that I've really learned from the WaterProtect project is not really from a technical perspective, and I'm quite a bit of a technical person, but rather asking the question, whose problem is water protection? And on the left-hand side, you could say my problem for farmers, industry advisors is actually making sure products are used properly. And then on the other side, the rest of the world who says, it's not my problem. People outside the problem. And reality is that actually if you end up in those kind of positions, you don't find solutions. And until you start saying, actually, it's our problem or everyone, you don't get to the solutions. And I think that's one of the really important things on WaterProtect. Really, governance is about resolving our problems, and that's when you find the solutions. And we've seen that already spoken about today. And so I think really the challenge that I see going into the future is obviously getting much more participatory governance over water issues, but also from my side, making sure user-friendly solutions get out there. There's no good saying we want to work together and say, yeah, but what we have to work with doesn't work very well. If I could have the next slide. And really in the same vein as that, what we actually need to say, and I think it was echoed in the previous speaker and other speakers, really when we're looking at land, society needs safe food and clean water. And in what I've seen particularly with WaterProtect is that good governance there starts meaning that some of those key providers work together. I've seen then good landscape means both meeting food and water needs. And you can see on the left-hand side, one of the farmers there. He's managing his land properly, and you can see on the right hand side the water resources that are required for the water providers. And I think really I've seen in a number of cases, both in Belgium and in Denmark, and even from the top side where we've been working with water providers, to see that really farmers and water companies are really quite interdependent on one another rather than adversaries. And I think there's quite a shift in that, from people saying, oh, you're a farmer, you're causing problem in my water, you need to sort it out, and actually coming around to realizing that sometimes, not always, but sometimes actually paying farmers to farm in certain ways is actually much cheaper than actually cleaning water up. And it's actually a much better message to the public and to all of us to say that the water didn't actually need cleaning, because we actually delivered clean water largely to start with, by changing those things around and getting the delivery of both food and water from the properly managed landscape. So really that to me is the overall biggest thing that I've personally learned from WaterProtect, as someone who's more technical and gets, oh yeah, you've got to have a buffer margin for this, you've got to do all those things, and say, no, you've got to get the right stakeholders round together talking, because there's no point getting the right technical solution if you can't get people talking together. So if I could have the next slide, please. And part of this is the interaction then with the WaterProtect project. You can see on the left-hand side some of the solutions that we've developed in TOPS with our external partners. It's not just developed by industry, it's with a lot of independent experts from point sources, drainage, leaching, drift, runoff and erosion. That's what's been developed so far, and obviously I think with a lot of the flavour changing now, going to farm to fork and green strategies and so on, you can see the commitments on the part of the European Crop Protection on the right hand side for the future of agriculture. There's a number in there, but if I go down and to focus really on number 5, which you can see there in the Roman numerals V, there the ECPA has then made a commitment by 2030 to train 1 million advisors and farmers on best management practices, and that will no doubt be done not just by ECPA but with its partners and with other future organizations that will follow on from the WaterProtect project, because as a group we can't do that. We need to actually make those kind of proper stakeholder links with other people. And there's other things there into the 6th commitment there, bringing technical innovations with closed transfer systems, which are ironically brought in, first of all, to protect farmers' health. But if you've got a healthy farmer, you're also not spilling product in the environment and keeping it there and keeping water clean. So if I go to the next slide, I think I've just got a couple of minutes. Thinking through some of the policy implications of WaterProtect, and I hope these are in line with what was put up before. I think on the left-hand side, the frameworks for multi-actor approaches, and that's the message of this, is really that the solutions to help farmers and water providers, they need the innovation of such approaches. And I've seen time and time again, when people come together, they think, oh, I didn't quite think of that before, and seeing the different perspectives. Seen with the commitments, industry will also play its part in those approaches, including its commitments to accelerate innovation and sustainable agriculture. I think one of the other key things here, farming unions, we had someone from UPTAKE speaking before them. They're amongst the most important actors of all, since any changes will be on the land and the water that farmers manage. So it's incredibly important to consult them. People may come up with great solutions, but if you fail to talk with the people whose land it is, it won't work, or it won't work as well. And finally on there, improving the implementation of the Sustainable Use Directive is of great importance. And some of those, again, from UPTAKE, mentioning the importance of precision agriculture as a promising way to realize some of those aims, as well as the aims for farmers to remain profitable. I think on the right-hand side, on the delivery of the European Green Deal, it's still very much in the making, and lots of questions up in the atmosphere still there. I think one of the things is that all involved in the farm to fork value chain need to explain the impact on them to policymakers, because sometimes a policy may be made but you don't realize the unintended consequence. So I think that's an important thing for value chain people to say, did you realize the implication of this is this? Maybe it should get put into practice in a slightly different way. Another thing I think from the top's perspective is, of course, we must keep on continuing to reduce the risks, but those must focus on the priorities for improvement, not just what looks good. Often we do see things these days sometimes say, oh, well, that looks very nice for the public, but the thing that really did the important thing for water protection may be something that somebody doesn't see, and that comes to point sources. The public don't see that, but farmers spilling product in the farmyards, that's often the thing that causes a lot of the contamination, and they know more about that, and I think that's where we will have a big push further in that, but really based on things which are the best way to implement those to help the farmers want to put those into practice. I think there's another thing on the aspirational for chemical reduction targets and other environmental measures. Those, I think, need impact assessments before they get put into practice. And again, looking forwards, that's something that needs to be some clarity in there. And last but by no means least, we need to remind people, of course, that as with the European community, they stress that delivery of this deal does include the use of pesticides as an essential tool to reach the EU's objectives on plant health, food safety and food security. It's a case of using products, putting them on the right place, the right time and the right amount. Maybe on that, if I could have the next slide, which I think should be the last one. And here's a thing to think on really, is that actually it's the problems and solutions exist in our minds, and actually that's the really greatest resource that we have to deal with, because sometimes we don't often think of exactly how we might do something. I'll just give one very quick example. Roman ladies used to wear some very nice jewelry, which was black and shiny jewelry, and they couldn't think what else to do with that, but that actually turned out to be anthracite coal, which powered the Industrial Revolution. So it actually very much depends on your perspective of how you look at something and to really think outside the box. And on that note, I'll close, hopefully within time for you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for that presentation. Now we're going to questions. Again, if you would like to address a question, just raise your hand in the participants list or write your question in the chat. But until then, maybe I go back to Hermes with one question from on my side. Hermes, you have also in the course of our dialogue throughout the WaterProtect project, you have been showing a lot of examples of good collaboration between your members, your industry members, and stakeholders that are, as you said, are also involved in the protection of the water resources, being so sensitive to any kind of change. What do you think that are the key success factors in this collaboration?
Yeah, I would say that a key success factor is, first of all, to have the local collaboration and to understand, I mean, to bring all the stakeholders around the table and to set the objective, because the objective is that the local, and of course our objective, because we don't have the corrective measure, is to stay in business, and that's why we want to have no pollution at all. So the first always the starting point is actually our action in reaching out to local stakeholders where our production areas are, in order to attract everyone, to attract everyone's attention, in order to bring them around the table and concentrate on avoiding any kind of pollution. So that's, for me, the key success factor is willingness of all the stakeholders for a common goal, which is to avoid any kind of pollution in this. And of course, as I said earlier, we're talking about a micro level, because our production area is basically our catchment area, which is thousands of hectares, nevertheless, but it's not a big scale if we take arable farms or if we take the agriculture in Europe. It's a micro level, and of course, lessons from this needs to be taken in order to bring it at bigger scale.
Thank you, Hermes. I think there was another question in the chat related to you. It asks if the bottling industry rewards the farmers for their efforts to protect the catchment area. I think from your examples.
So this local cooperation, how does it work? You have the municipalities on one hand, of course, the municipalities that are around the source that participate in this, the bottling industry, the farmers as well, and all this cooperation is, of course, funds but being provided by us. So let's say because it's not the same standard, so I cannot generalize because it's case by case for the place. But I would say that one case that comes to my mind is the funds are 70% coming from for the whole project of this collaboration. The 70% comes from the bottled water industry, and basically all the farmers are getting, because it's not only about money, because the question, if I understand well, it's only about money. It's also about expertise, which it can mean money as well, because coming to a local farmer with hydrogeologist and extensive advisor for agriculture in order to avoid any kind of pollution following his agricultural activities, I think it's also, we can translate it into money.
Yeah, and obviously it's also about the local economy, no? The benefits for the local, for the population, for the community.
It's a social aspect as well.
Social aspect as well, because there are opportunities for jobs and for economic development.
And I can say the last thing is that normally our production areas that we're talking about, mineral water production areas, are really at the end of nowhere, let's say, in the middle of nowhere, in English, which there, in order to find a job, or so as you said, it's a social issue, and this industry is really located on purpose in really not in urban areas, but in a very rural areas where employment is scarce.
Thank you for that, Jeremy. Over to you for a question, if you would like to answer it. You mentioned in your presentation landscape management, and obviously many of us dream to the implementation of that concept. But I think the difficulty is that in such a concept of landscape management, the multitude of actors is the main bottleneck in establishing a coherent approach. Do you think there is a bigger appetite now for local collaborations in the environment of today, maybe compared to 10 years ago, 20 years ago? And if this appetite exists to make the link with the farming community, do you think the farmers are keen to change their practices? I'm asking you this because you're obviously working for a company in a sector that has close contact with the farmers, and you get that kind of feedback from them.
Yeah, let me answer in two ways. I think maybe on the full landscape or catchment scale landscape, there's perhaps not so much of an appetite unless they have a very good infrastructure there to deal with all those, where I know in the UK they have catchment managers who are actually going and coordinating a lot of that. But then some of the things are actually much more local actions right down into the field, and that's where it is actually going right into the field, not at the edges of the field, where a lot of the management that the farmer can be doing is things like reducing runoff from within the field itself, rather than trying to capture it just at the edges. And that's where, certainly in TOPS, we've progressed a lot of the things to point out that actually some of the things which actually reduce runoff are also the productivity issues for farmers, where you're getting soil compaction, which is actually producing runoff. Soil compaction means the roots don't grow as well. So it's trying to see what are the two sides of the coin in that, where you can actually play both of those together, and where the farmer themselves has an interest in doing that, not just saying, well, I'm doing this just for very good catchment management. I've actually seen there's a benefit from there, and it starts at the field level. Obviously at the much larger scale, where people need to integrate a lot more together, then it becomes more difficult, as you suggested.
Thank you for that. If there are no further questions, then maybe we draw to a close this session. Just want to give the floor to Mr. Rubini, because he was signaling to me that he wants to make a last short intervention.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's just an announcement, and a real big thank you to all the speakers, because I learned a lot today from the other colleagues. It's a short announcement about the water-oriented living labs core European network that we're going to establish. We're going to launch it in the first half of December 2020, and we are going to organize a conference back to Water Knowledge Europe. That is the annual event of Water Europe for enhancing the collaboration for the framework program project proposals, but there will be also an opportunity to launch the network of the water-oriented living labs. So I will disseminate with the participants of this event this opportunity, and I hope that you will be able to join and proactively participate from that point onwards. In the establishment of the network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubini. So with this, I think we can close the discussion with the stakeholders. It was a really enriching set of perspectives. We can move to the closing presentations, and we have now the great pleasure and opportunity to hear from Mr. Martin Hayden, Minister of State for Research and Development, Farm Safety and New Market Development in Ireland.
Hi, I'm delighted to join you here today to announce the findings of the WaterProtect project, funded by the Horizon 2020 programme and supported by my department through existing research programmes. Ireland's agri-food sector plays a key part in our national economy. However, it is vital that we protect our national resources, especially water and drinking water, to ensure that we can all enjoy the pleasures it gives for generations to come. Research is the primary link in the innovation chain, and investment in scientific research is a priority for the Irish Government. It is my pleasure to acknowledge the work of WaterProtect, which brings together a multidisciplinary team with 7 partners from across the EU. From an Irish perspective, Teagasc have led the Irish involvement, with input from Wexford County Council, and I acknowledge the leadership of these organisations in delivering this important research. My department has been centrally involved in the support of Irish research performing organisations engaging with Horizon 2020 and the support for research and innovation, which is a core focus in the EU in delivering and implementing the Innovation Union policy. Additionally, I had the pleasure to visit recently the Agricultural Catchments Programme, seen firsthand the adoption of science into practice. The WaterProtect project has leveraged the added value of the ACP through the expansion of the monitoring programme to include pesticides and by increasing collaboration and engagement across stakeholder groups, both at a national and international level. Drinking water quality needs to be protected, and this project provides greater knowledge on pathways of nitrate and pesticides to water bodies and on available mitigation measures. The importance of science into practice cannot be underestimated, and WaterProtect has identified the need to translate science into action and engage farmers and all stakeholders. WaterProtect was ambitious in the development of new solutions and tools through action labs, where water pollution from nutrient and pesticides from intensive agriculture was affecting the quality of water for drinking water production. The development of the Irish Action Lab is a very welcome outcome from the project and is a close collaboration between Teagasc, Wexford County Council, Glanbia and Ulster University. This positive collaboration and engagement mirrors also other collaborative approaches adopted to improve water quality, especially the Agriculture Support, Sustainability and Advisory Programme, the ASSAP, which involves multidisciplinary approach, including industry. The outcomes of WaterProtect are clear to see, with the action labs increasing the level of awareness around water quality. Engaging the actors in a catchment has led to an increase in interest in mitigation measures and an increase in implementation as well. The engagement of farmers in these catchments must be acknowledged, as these farmers embrace both technical and scientific excellence, while also facilitating the delivery of new research. Thank you for your contribution in demonstrating Ireland's ability to farm efficiently while adopting new approaches to farming, which reduces agriculture's footprint on the environment and water quality. I was pleased to note recently that Ireland has secured over €90 million in EU Horizon 2020 research and innovation funding for the agri-food and bioeconomy areas. Clearly, our researchers are already competing very strongly on the international stage, and I am sure the WaterProtect investment will further enhance this reputation in the years ahead. Finally, I would like to commend Teagasc and all of the project partners for delivery of this important research. WaterProtect provides a significant resource for Irish and EU policymakers in applying science into practice and in turn protecting drinking water status into the future. And ultimately, that's what everyone wants to do. So thanks again. It's great to be a part of this today. Thank you for your work in this project, and well done again.
So that was the video message that we had. Now, according to the agenda, we're moving to the last speaker, but obviously not the least. And then let's introduce Jack Nolan, Head of Nitrate Section in the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine in Ireland.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Alexandru. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you well.
I'm just, sorry. So I'm going to talk about agriculture and the environment. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everybody that was involved in the WaterProtect project. As our Minister said, I think it's been excellent. The outcomes are very important, and they will prove very valuable to people like me as a policymaker. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. And for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about agriculture and the environment. So I'm going to go slightly outside water. I'd like to start off by saying, and a number of people have said this in different ways, Henry Ford was the founder of the Ford Motor Company that we all know, and he came from his grandfather, or his father left Ireland in 1847, County Cork, which is in Southwest Ireland. And he went on to be very successful. But one of his sayings was that a secret to success, it lies in trying to understand the other person's point of view. And I think that's so important. If we're not looking at this, looking at the issues that we have with water and with the environment from all the stakeholders that are involved, we're not going to be successful. We must see it from a farmer's point of view, from a policymaker's point of view, from people that are paying income tax, living in a city, don't really understand farming. And then we can start to make progress. And when we do want to make progress, we must see the environment as a whole. It's impossible to deal with water or deal with climate or deal with biodiversity without benefiting all of the environment. And just quickly on biodiversity, you can see here a pyramid. And at the bottom is natural capital, which means the biodiversity and ecosystem function, nature that's all around us. And what kind of value do we place on that? And are we protecting it enough? Because at the top of having a healthy environment and good ecosystem is human well-being. And if you look at farmers specifically, farmers are one of the most at-risk groups for health and safety. In Ireland, you're 9 times more likely to be killed on a farm than in any other profession. You're 5 times more likely to have cancer, 4 times more likely to have breathing difficulties. You're probably aged around 55 or older. 88% of farmers are male, and they have serious mental health issues. And these are things that you need to understand and take into account when you're arriving at solutions and dealing with this group. We need farmers to be healthy, and how can we promote that? One of the key ways is through allowing farmers to appreciate and understand the biodiversity around them. There's been a lot of talk about knowledge transfer. In Ireland, we call it knowledge exchange, because if I go onto somebody's farm, they know much more about the land than I do. And we need to appreciate that. They know the part of the land that's probably leaking most nutrients. They might call it the wettest part of the farm, or the part where they won't cut silage early in the year because they know it's too wet. We must appreciate and learn from the knowledge that farmers have, and place the value on it. We need to appreciate that biodiversity is one of the key threats for humanity. The COVID-19 pandemic that we're in at the minute will be repeated if we don't start to do something about biodiversity loss. Almost half of global GDP is linked to nature. And restoring biodiversity is a core part of the recovery. We can see this in a Green Deal, but we need to live this in our everyday lives as well. We need to think about soil quality. Like, if we're thinking about soil, and I don't think we do enough about it, we're looking for soil to sequester carbon, to filter water, to grow crops. And we place huge pressure upon it. We place pressure on it with increasing roads, infrastructure in cities, housing and so on, excess fertilizer use, damage from livestock, drainage and structural damage. So what actually are we doing about it? Are we increasing our understanding of it? And are we communicating that effectively to all stakeholders so that soil quality over time is going to improve? 1/3 of the biodiversity on Earth is in the soil. And not enough people know that, not enough children know it in schools, because children are really effective drivers of change. I was reading this morning about La Liga, so the soccer league in Spain, and they've started sending communications to players' children because they know that the children will influence their parents. And we need to reach out, and we need to spread the education and knowledge through all factors, through all elements of society. So we need to look at farmers' education, definitely, but we also need to look at the education that people that don't understand about farming are receiving, so that we're coming together rather than sitting on opposite sides of the room. Because it's only through collaboration, through right across society, through policymakers, regulators, farmers, industry, advisors and researchers, that we're going to make progress. This is an example of research that's been put into practice in Ireland, and this is related to greenhouse gases, and it's from Teagasc, who are our Research and Food Authority, and it's the greenhouse gas marginal abatement cost curve. And what it shows on the left, below the x-axis, are measures that if farmers take them, they're cost beneficial to the farmer. So something like the major one there is Dairy Economic Breeding Index. So through improving the genetics of the dairy herd in Ireland, we'll have a very positive influence on greenhouse gases. We'll reduce them. And one that's often neglected is animal health. Like something like a lame animal. So if you look at a cow or a bullock or a sheep in the field, if that animal is lame or has a limp, it's about 10% more inefficient than a healthy animal. These are things that we need to get across to farmers, and we need to understand ourselves, so that we're constantly improving efficiency, we're improving the environment, and we're also benefiting farmers. The measures on the right-hand side are ones that they do have a cost, but because they're below that dotted line, they're still of benefit. We need something like this that's going to work for the environment. There needs to be a similar MAC, or marginal abatement cost curve, for water, for biodiversity. So we have a suite of measures there that are easily understandable, communicated, and they make sense. One of the earlier speakers said if we come up with solutions without involving farmers, we're not going to make progress. And that's so true. Farmers are the most important actors here. They must be part of the solution, and they must agree what the solution is. In Ireland, the loss of phosphorus to water is about equal from urban wastewater treatment plants and from agricultural land. And agricultural land in Ireland makes up about 2/3 of the land area. But as regards nitrogen, about 10 times as much comes from agriculture. And yet we can see, if you look on this slide here, the majority of farmers are not making the average industrial wage. And we're going to impose more restrictions on farmers and ask them to do more. You must take into account, we must take into account, where is a farmer's income coming from? When you go into a shop to buy a litre of milk, or if you go in to buy beef, or you go out to a restaurant, do you know how much of that money that you're paying for your butter or for your milk or for your water is actually going back to the farmer? Because if you see produce being sold at a 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 offer, well, then it's costing a farmer money. And that's the same farmer that we're going back to and telling them they have to change their practice. So society needs to change. Industry needs to reward farmers for what they're doing for the environment. The consumer needs to reward farmers. It's not enough to say that the money is going to come from CAP. In Ireland, about 110% of the average beef farmer's income comes from the Common Agricultural Policy. They can't make a living from the marketplace. So we have pursued a policy of producing top quality food, but it's being sold in certain circumstances below cost. And this is having a hugely detrimental impact on the environment. What you see here is that about 12% of farms produce 2/3 of the output on only 1/3 of the land. So what we're getting is a stratification of agriculture that's replicated across Europe with a smaller number of intensive farmers and more extensive farmers who are now taking part-time jobs to make a living. And if they have a part-time job, they have less time to do works that we want them to do on the farm. And they're under more and more pressure, which will lead to health issues. The way we deal with water and with the environment, we have 3 real tools. Last year in Ireland, we had a nitrates review for derogation farmers or those intensive farmers. And as part of this review, we introduced measures based on research from Teagasc, such as compulsory use of low-emission slurry spreading, which is mandatory in countries like Denmark and Holland for a number of years. We introduced compulsory measures for biodiversity on farms. A key aspect of it was asking farmers to measure grass. 90% of Ireland, of our agricultural land, is made up of grass. And you need to know what you're producing so that you can do something about it. We want farmers to measure so they're in control of what's happening on their farm. A central point to all this are the people in the middle of the pictures. Farmers are key. Farmers are key to the environment. We introduced mandatory environmental training. So farmers must attend a 3-day training course if they're going to use intensive amounts of fertilizer and farm at high levels. Just to come back to what I said earlier, if you can see the photo clearly, you'll see a lot of grey hair, a lot of bald men. So we have a very low population or very low involvement of females in agriculture, which is detrimental for innovation and progress. And they're also an older cohort of society. Generational renewal is vital if we're going to deal with environmental issues. And what are we going to do about it? The new CAP is being looked to and there's strengthened conditionality. So farmers have to go higher to meet the baseline. There will be increased restrictions. A novel idea that's going to come in are eco schemes in Pillar 1. Pillar 1 is all about income support. So for the first time, you will be required to meet higher or take part in environmental schemes to receive your full basic payment. And there will be continued agri-environmental climate schemes in Pillar 2. Here in Ireland, we have a CAP consultative committee, which is made up of stakeholders, farming bodies, other government departments, environmental NGOs. And if you're talking to a water group today, they say CAP is going to solve water. Tomorrow we talk to someone about biodiversity, it's all about CAP. Climate change the same. CAP is going to solve everything. There isn't enough of a budget in CAP to solve all the problems that are there and to give an income to farmers. We have to look outside CAP. CAP is a huge lever, definitely, it's great. A substantial amount of farmers' income are coming from it. We can achieve a lot through it, but we have to look out. In Holland, for example, farmers receive a lower cost loan from Rabobank if they have more biodiversity on their farms. They receive a bonus in their milk check if they have more biodiversity. So we're suggesting that industry has a major role to play. And if industry is going to pay farmers more for protecting the environment, we'll make real progress. Because then we're sending a clear signal to farmers that this is exactly what society wants. At the moment, if we do a willingness to pay survey, consumers say they want clean water, they want reduced greenhouse gases, They want more biodiversity, but they won't pay for it. We need consumers to start paying for what they say they will pay for. And this has to come back to the farmer through industry. We need to look at the environment as a whole. We need to look at air. 1 in 8 deaths in Europe comes from pollution of some sort, either from water, chemical, or air. This is a societal problem. And when we're arriving at solutions, we have to think of the environment as a whole. We have to think of biodiversity. We have to improve our soil quality, our structure, have healthy living soils. And this will benefit us all. It'll benefit society, it'll benefit the environment, it'll benefit farmers. And then we arrive at this perfect nexus. And at the very bottom of that there, of the leverage point, is promoting education and knowledge generation and sharing. And that's why the work that was done in this project is so important. Because that's what causes change. And what we need to do is speed up the rate at which research gets into practice on farms. People understand what's happening, make sure that we're sharing the knowledge. So a really important part of making progress is to share what's there. On the left-hand side, you see what we can do. So we have incentives through CAP, but we need cooperation. And some of the earlier speakers, or on the summary on the homepage, it was saying that sometimes you have different authorities responsible for water and EU regulations as regards to common agricultural policy, and they may be at cross purposes or duplicating inspections. We need to remove that, have full collaboration across the state and across the EU. Government policies, it doesn't matter whether you're in Ireland or Holland or Denmark, must send clear signals to farmers. This is what we want, this is how we're going to assist you in getting there, and you're going to get support from industry. Viktor Frankl was a psychiatrist who lived through the Second World War. And he said, live today as if you're living for the second time, and as though you'd acted wrongly the first time. And what that means is not that what you're doing is wrong, but think carefully about your choices, because everything you do has an impact on the environment. And what you do has a knock-on effect on what somebody else is doing. So each of you should be a beacon. All of us should be doing what is best for the environment and being true to ourselves. Finally, it's hugely important that we consider the environment as one, align with policy and protect the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Rowland, for this very nice putting into perspective of our whole discussion. And I think it's a wonderful closing to the entire event, and a way to also inspire us for the things that we each and every one of us needs to do in the future, to valorize the work that has been done in WaterProtect, but also to develop new and open new opportunities for progress and innovation. Thank you so much for that intervention. Extremely interesting. Now I think we have 4 minutes left of our allotted time. We managed to catch up, which is great. I think I give it to Ingeborg for closing of the conference.
Thank you, Alex. I want to join Alex in thanking the speakers of this afternoon for their very interesting presentations. I also noticed a lot of openness for cooperation, which is great. So thank you very much for your contributions. I also want to thank our participants for joining us in this final conference of WaterProtect. And I want to thank the WaterProtect team for doing all this great work and giving all the inputs for the presentations. So maybe I see people are switching on cameras. Maybe we can switch on the cameras to have our last goodbye and closing of the day. Okay, so Nico is taking a picture back there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so thanks again to all of you. And take it. Okay. And with this, I would like to close this day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.